FROMacademy Friday.
Everybody come. It's early. It's so early in the morning.
It's an extra late one.
It's early.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, don't know if it's late or early. It's almost 2 in the morning on the East Coast. But
Yep.
and I accidentally checked the wrong box and made the live for kids in the chat.
Yeah, that killed me.
Oh
This
yeah,
is
make
one for
sure
the
everyone is
kids.
seated. No chewing gum.
Too bad you couldn't make a graphic of a person reading to kids and then something happens, Doc.
Mm.
A surprise.
Oh, I did post to the FROMacademy forum a really bad photoshopped image that you can show on the screen if you want to get a laugh.
I was Smiley talking to kids when we were waiting for you. a little library book read, but it's Smiley sitting in the front on either a teacher's lap or he's just burst through somebody's chest. We're not really sure.
Yeah, he doesn't have any legs.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's FROMacademy, the children's edition. Yeah.
A toast to Jimmy McGuire, everyone.
Yeah.
Long living forever.
So, boys and girls, the subject of today's class is going to be the nightmare creatures again. It is I believe it's our fourth, Doc, is this our fourth week of FROMacademy? I believe, for nightmare creatures.
I think it's our,
because last week was trivia night. It was last week was
Yeah.
our midterm exam night. So I think this is the fourth one.
Yep, this is the fourth one.
Yeah.
Because we had the first one was what we know. The second one was a breakdown of every nightmare creature. And then the third one was looking into what probably inspired them.
Yes. So tonight we're going to dive into fan theories, and are we gonna just be going over fan theories tonight, or are we gonna have time to get into some content creator theories? I know you wanted to include some of those, Doc. Or are we gonna separate that into another night?
Tonight I think we're just going to focus on community theories. So I've got theories here from Robert, Nick, and David, and I thought I had theory from Michael, or if Michael wants to come up and present his theory about the origin of the nightmare creatures, he is welcome to do that too. For anyone who wants to come up, we do want to try to keep it a little bit flowing. So hopefully just 15 to 20 minutes for presenting, and then we can do like 15 to 20 for discussing it, and then move on to the next theory. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Amazingly organized, Doc.
Yes.
I like the way you think.
Yeah, so we're going to try to be a little more structured and organized than usual tonight. So let's see how we go with that format. I think it'll be fine. Yeah. Dieter was
on my theory. Sorry,
go ahead.
I found Michael's written out theory too. So if he doesn't want to present it, I can read it.
Oh, okay. Cool. That's great. And we have some awesome theories from Robert Saunders and Nick L. That I'm really excited to really read in depth and discuss. And we're going to be, for anyone listening on the replay, including I'm sure Robert and Nick, we're going to, at the end of this live, after we discuss your theories and anyone else's theories who we discuss, I'm going to edit the stream and timestamp with chapters where your theories are at, so you can find them easily and you don't have to sift through and go searching for it on the replay. So you'll see in a pinned comment tomorrow morning. By tomorrow morning, you'll see a pinned comment with all the timestamps where you can find each person's theories and jump right to that section. So so Dieter was first in the chat. It's become quite a competition. Second, third, and fourth. Yes. Who's asking how I'm doing? This was like yesterday. Or not yesterday. This was actually a couple hours ago. I did this later than average. And the chat is back. Yes. Hey, Michael. Hola. Nice to see you. Steve, I was starting to think that Dieter banned me so we could finally win at Chat XP. Yeah.
Get the crown.
Yeah, sneaky Dieter. No, it was me. It was my goof. I clicked the wrong box. When you create a stream, it asks, "Is this made for kids? Yes or no?" And I clicked yes by accident. So my bad. I've done that before, and Dieter's had to DM me like, "Hey, there's no chat. You have to fix it." Yes, we're starting late, Michael. Uh, Oh, is Michael on the West Coast? Grabbing dinner? Wait, isn't that's late for dinner? But I'm I'm not one to talk. I eat dinner at all kinds of strange hours. So, let's see. How could anyone suffer through pad thai? Yes, pad thai is delicious. Yeah, I was walking to manage my pain, but not suffering as much as usual, I'm glad to say. So, I'll take what I can get. Um, Hi, Brandon. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Um, yeah, I wouldn't order it spicy either, Michael. I cannot do spicy. I mean, not Dieter, rather. Hey, Christine Jellybean. Nice to see you. Uh, Julie, just late. Yeah, as usual. Later than average, too. Critter, hey, nice to see you. Shalom, nice to see you. Carla, good day, folks. I'm getting ready to head out, but listening along. Ah, thanks for stopping in, Carla. Thanks for listening. And anyone else out there who's just listening and not chatting, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate every single one of you, even if you're just listening. Thanks for hanging out with us. Um, oh, just me. Oops, I skipped over you by accident. Hey there, just me. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Critter says, "Hey, buddy. Hey, everyone. What a wonderful morning, night, evening, noon." Critter is so sweet. Hey, Jen. Let's see. Vote from. Oh, from is up for something. Vote from Fangoria.com. So I guess they're up for something,
Oh,
some kind of award, maybe. So
maybe
yeah,
Fangoria magazine has awards.
yeah. Okay, that's right. I heard that. I didn't know what that was. I knew I heard that somewhere.
Yeah.
So, Fangoria. Cool. Yes.
Yeah.
Vote for From. From doesn't get nearly enough accolades. So let's definitely go vote for From. I was campaigning hard for Harold Perrineau to win an NAACP Image Award this year. And so I was, tweeting like crazy. Harold was retweeting my tweets. Um, and I promoted it on these streams, but sadly he didn't win. But
Oh, he didn't. I didn't know how those went. Oh,
no, he
that
didn't
sucks.
win. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we tried. We did our best. Michael said, "I'm sad that my main candidate for the nightmare creatures ended up being an AI hallucination that it copped to much later when I asked it." Oh, really? But the other is still relevant, in my opinion, as a possible big bad-ish sort of thing. Oh, okay. Brandon, nightmare creatures. Yeah, the monsters in the credits of From, they're listed as nightmare creatures. So that's what that is. That's what that's about. Even though they don't talk about them that way within the show itself. That is the characters. They don't. Hey, good evening, beautiful Shadow Skulk. Nice to see you. Oops, I'm just clicking random things. Christine said, I have a Donna theory. Oh, a Donna theory. Yes. Well, feel free to share. Well, we can always digress a little bit, even on theme nights. Might tip and grab some munchies. Yeah, go grab yourself something to eat, Michael. We'll be here. Samuel, yeah, I don't like spicy myself, but yeah, yeah, some people go too far with it. Not so spicy that I have to sign a waiver. Yeah, that's just nuts. I don't understand why that stuff even exists. Hey, Jehovah Sins, and with Alice, and yes, hit the like button, please. It helps people find the stream. Please hit the like, folks. Make sure you're subscribed. I'm trying to get to 2,000 subscribers, and I'm currently sitting at 1.93. Got a little bit of a bump by that interview this week with Revis Dorsey from Duster. I definitely picked up some subs from that, from his friends and family, which is really cool. Sadly, because Duster got canceled, it's not looking like most of the other interviews I was going to do are going to actually happen. All of a sudden, everyone just ghosted me. The people I was emailing with, their agents, they just ghosted me. However, as far as I know, the one with Keith David is still happening because I haven't heard otherwise, and I was already scheduled to be part of the press junket on July 28th. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that's still happening. Keith David would be an absolute dream to get to interview. So it'll just be a short one, but I hope it still happens. 2 a.m. great time to talk. Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm a night person. Chainsaw Award. Chainsaw Award. Wow. That's a unique name for an award. Okay.
I hope it's an actual chainsaw.
Maybe it's shaped like a chainsaw. Hello, Trace. Nice
Well,
to
it'd be
see you.
functional and,
Sure. An
and cut down
actual.
trees is very From related.
Sure. It could be a functional one. Yeah. Hey, JT Moore, going to try to stay awake. It's late for those of us of a certain age. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. Uh, my fault. It's my bad. Just a lot of stuff going on in my life right now. I'm later than I normally am with some of these lives, but with the institute coming up, I'm gonna have to be much more on time. And any interviews coming up, like if I do manage to land any interviews for the institute, I'm on time. Like I was right on time for the one this week. When I have to be, I'm there. When I have no other choice, even if I have to neglect my own self-care, I do it. So yes. So we're gonna start diving into these theories now. So let's see. Doc, where should we get started with this?
All right, I think for Michael's, it might be best for him to present it when he comes back later. Um, I'm realizing this is more of a long conversation that's gone on for quite some time. So it's not really an organized thing that I've got in front of me.
Oh, in the FROMacademy channel and Discord?
No, on Facebook Messenger. I'm
Oh,
not sure.
okay.
Yeah, I might have misplaced where if he sent me something more formal. But I know he had to adjust his theory. So I think that having him up here to present his theory might be best later on when he's ready.
Okay.
No, David, you did not miss the show. We're going to present your theory tonight.
We're done now.
Hey, David.
Bye
Yeah,
for
we're all
now. Play the
We're all
music.
done. Good night, folks.
Yeah.
No, we're just getting started. You're just in time, David. Hey,
I think
Justin White, my friends. Nice to see you. Sorry, go ahead, Doc.
I think we can start off with Robert and Nick's theories. And now if Robert or Nick are here and want to come up and present, you are more than welcome. Just please let us know in the chat. We'll send you the link. I don't think either of them are up right now.
Yeah, probably not, but
Yeah, I don't see them.
they
All
they
right,
go to
so
sleep. They go to sleep pretty early, But I'm gonna timestamp it. And I told them both that, so they were happy with that. That way they can find their theory, where we discuss their theories when we do the replay.
okay, perfect.
So I can pull them up. So like we're gonna discuss what they shared in the FROMacademy channel, correct? So I'll just share my
Correct.
screen and show that.
Oh, perfect, because then we can also scroll through after because they have some additional comments and they include images.
Awesome. Sounds good to me. Okay.
So let me just pull that up. That'll be easier too.
Sure. So okay, I'm gonna scroll up because some of these they posted like a month ago. Let's
Yeah.
see. And I let them know, this is going to be, at the time, I told them this is going to be an ongoing series, and we'll let you know when we do get to the fan theory portion of it, because this has been quite an extensive theme There's just so much to discuss when it comes to the nightmare creatures. They're really like they're so central to From. There's so much to discuss. There's no way we could have condensed it all into one night. And I am
Oh yeah.
still scrolling, looking for it. Let's see. Okay, I think I've almost gotten to it. Yes, okay. Here's
Yeah, I was
Nick's.
probably
There's
looking for it.
this is from, yeah, because they posted these, yeah, over a month ago. Let's see. Robert. Here we go.
Oh yep, six
Okay.
five 25.
So there's one, yeah, 6 5 25. I found it. So where he talks about 4 times 5 is 12 with the numbers of the monsters.
Yep,
Um,
that's the one.
okay, awesome. I found it.
There we are.
There it is.
I like that you use the night view too.
Yeah, it's a little easier on the eyes, you know. That's how I always keep it.
Oh yeah, me too. All right, so he says, so this is from Robert Saunders, and he is, as you probably know, very active in our community, especially on Discord.
Oh yeah, Robert is one of the most prominent and incredible, really insightful theorists in the From community. I connected with him early. When I first joined the fandom in Jeremy's Discord, Jeremy Ice and Fire's Discord, and we did a lot of theory crafting together all through spring and summer last year, and it was just so interesting. It was a great way to get initiated into the fandom for me, to do all that collaborative theory crafting, bouncing ideas off of each other. Robert and Justin actually as well, and sometimes a couple other people back then. We would just talk theories all night long, and yeah, and they'd be lengthy ones too. We would basically be writing essays in there, like paragraphs and paragraphs, just like Robert has written here. And what a brilliant mind Robert has, like a professor, really. I mean, I'm not 100% sure what his profession is, but I think if he's not a professor, he should be. Um, I can't remember. I'm trying to recall what he does for a living, but wow, brilliant man, and hopefully we can have him on. I'm one of these weeks. I'm finally going to schedule like an early live, just a special edition of a From Live with Robert, so that he can present some theories and make it at an earlier time so that'll accommodate him better. But in the meantime, um, Doc, do you want to read some of Robert's theory here?
Yeah, sure. So he calls this theory 4 times 5 is 12. How many monsters are there, and do we need special math to arrive at the correct answer? If Fatima's statements are correct and the original parents sacrificed their children for eternal life, then at most there were 14 parents who sacrificed their children. If there are 7 ghoulish kids, as seen in Jade's vision, and assuming each ghoulish child had 2 parents, none were raised by a single parent, then at most there were 14. 7 times 2 is 14. And so 14 original settlers who sacrificed their children and were cursed to live forever as a monster. In turn, if these 14 parents all became monsters, then this begs the question as to where the other additional monsters came from. Geekademy did a fantastic video on the correct count of monsters. If you eliminate the recasting actors, then he concludes that there are exactly 22 separate and distinct monsters, not 14. Consequently, it seems obvious there are more monsters than there are parents who sacrifice their children. How is this possible? What kind of voodoo math is this? Of course, the simplest answer is that the other townspeople who did not sacrifice their children were also cursed to live forever as monsters, since they did not choose to stop or prevent the sacrifice from occurring. This also comports with Jade and Tabitha's reincarnation storyline. They tried to stop the sacrifice of their daughter and failed. As a consequence, instead of being cursed to live forever as a monster, they were cursed to being eternally reincarnated until the cycle is stopped. Essentially, everyone in the entire town was cursed to either live forever as a monster or be reincarnated over and over and relive the horror of the original sin. However, I posit that maybe the number of monsters is actually tied to the greater mythos of From. And as Jim accurately stated, perhaps the answer is 12. When Smiley was reborn, there were 12 monsters in the cave, if you include Smiley and exclude the Kimono Ghoul, who might be the real evil entity in charge for all we know. In fact, according to Geekademy, there are 2 monsters at Smiley's birth that we have never seen before, such as the bowling guy and the strict lady. Likewise, if you look at the cave drawing, there appears to be 12 stick figures in the part of the mural with the 7 sacrificial stones. And 10 stick figures are below the stones, and 2 stick figures are just above the symbol to the upper right. Thus, there appears to be 12 stick figures in total surrounding the sacrificial stones and symbols, which may represent the 12 parents who sacrificed their children and the 12 monsters who appeared at Smiley's birth. Likewise, upon further examination, there seems to be 2 stick figures to the right of the squid monster. Perhaps these 2 stick figures represent Jade and Tabitha. Since Jade Prime and Tabitha Prime did not participate in the sacrificial ritual during the first cycle, then it makes sense that they would be separate from the sacrificial stones in the cave mural. If there were 14 original parents with 7 kids who were sacrificed, and 2 parents did not participate in the ritual, then we are left with 12 cursed parents, resulting in 12 original monsters. Nevertheless, assuming Geekademy's count of monsters is correct, then we must question the age of the monsters, such as the teenage monster seems too young to have children and granny monster seems too old. And we must ask ourselves, are there other
Ageism.
methods to create monsters? I suspect Julie, Randall, and Marielle were turning into monsters in the dungeon, and that is the process to create additional monsters, but we cannot be sure. Yet since the number 12 seems to be so critical and important to the origin of the story of From, then we might need to follow Tabitha's advice and circle back. Do we have 22 monsters? In summary, according to Alice and Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, she quixotically explains that 4 times 5 is 12, and I believe that the writers have drunkenly agreed with her math. The number 12, of course, has very significant yet esoteric meaning in From. There are 12 monsters at Smiley's birth. We have 12 stick figures surrounding the sacrificial stones on the cave mural. We have 12 talismans, which coincides with the fact that there are 12 main structures in the town before the Matthews house collapsed. Jade was 12 years old when his parents died. He went to live with his grandmother, and Jim said the answer to everything was 12. The 4-digit bottle tree numbers converted into 12 scales of music, and perhaps most importantly, there are 12 characters that have precisely 11 letters in their names. Jade Herrera, Donna Rains, Rudra Khatri, Tian Chen Lu, Bing Qian Lu, Jim Matthews, Boyd Stevens, Abby Stevens, Toby McRae, Megan Pratt, Lauren Pratt, Nathan Myers. Likewise, in my color theory, there are a total of 12 colors on a color wheel, 3 primary colors, 3 secondary colors, and 6 tertiary colors. And all 12 colors are represented in the show. Note, I will explain the colors in more detail when I post my full color theory. With that being said, it seems the importance of the number 12 is not only directly linked to the number of original monsters, but perhaps the number 12 is the foundation for the entire mythos of From itself. Of course, the real answer may be as simple as the writers do not care about an accurate count for the number of monsters, and background monsters are simply added to scene as needed. But I sincerely hope not. Like Alice, I hope you enjoy going down this little rabbit hole And please be kind to one another because we are only on this planet for a blink of an eye.
Well, that's a nice message to end on. Yes, please
I
be
agree.
kind to one another. Yes. We need more kindness and empathy in the world, for sure. Um, that's interesting. You know, I hadn't thought about it, but yeah, that with the Yankui kids being 7, there should only be 14 monsters by that logic. But not 14, not even 14, 12, because 2 of the parents were Jade and Tabitha, and they did not sacrifice their children. I mean their child. They didn't participate in it, and they didn't become monsters. But we definitely have more than 12 monsters. So interesting. Yeah. What do you
Were the colors listed in this? I heard 12 colors.
12
He
colors?
has he has a
Yeah.
theory that involves colors in the color wheel, but he isn't ready to present it yet. But he's letting us know that that's a work in progress.
Oh, okay.
So that he believes that there is
Alright.
a tie to the color wheel and 12 colors. I look
Okay.
forward to reading that. If you scroll
Yeah.
down to he's got images there.
Mm-hmm. So we've got this here. Hold on. Is it okay? This where hey, it's where are you going? Come on, come back. It's going down into the corner of the screen. Let me try again. So there's an image here of Smiley's rebirth, and you see the monsters here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 that are in view of the camera right now. Wait, did I get them all? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I think there's a 12th one somewhere though. I heard somewhere that there are 12 monsters in this scene, but I'm only seeing 11.
The lighting
Maybe
is a
there
little tough too.
maybe yeah, the lighting is tricky. Maybe there are only 11 in this particular shot, but I heard that there were 12 here. And like some of them are missing. You know, there's some obvious ones that are missing here. Granny Monster isn't here. Smiley obviously isn't here, but that's obvious why that's not the case. There's
That
Cowboy.
one black mod girl that was on the staircase at Colony House is in there.
Yeah, we never
Right.
saw her again. But there's no Waitress Monster. There's no Granny.
No
Milkman
Jasmine.
is there. And of course, no Jasmine.
Everyone's
We got,
favorite.
yeah, got Teen Boy. I think that's Teen Boy Monster. The nurse. I don't know who that old dude is. That might be one of the new ones. There's Swing Coat Lady, Cowboy, Western Star Monster. Oh, the waitress is here. Never mind. Waitress is here. That's a bowling shirt. I think that one's in a bowling shirt. That's new. This one is new. This girl monster is new. She was never there before. Milkman, mod girl from the 60s, and this creepy old guy. I don't remember what he was called, but we've seen him before. And yeah, so I think there are 3 new ones in this scene, and there are several that are missing. Question is why are these? And notice it's male, female, male, female, male, female all the way across. So I think there might be maybe another female out of view here, and that would be the last of the 12. So it's like, okay, do these represent the original parents maybe? And the rest of them are just people who failed to stop the sacrifice. Maybe. I mean, this dude's a little old if he's the one who's the father of if he and this mod girl one had a baby, but I don't know. Maybe this isn't what they originally looked like. Who knows? It's it, well, it's hard to say because I mean, older men married young women all the time. And if this, let's say this happened in the Puritan times, it happened all the time where much older men married young women. So this, let's say like this guy, and then they could have been the parents, this guy and the mod girl, this maybe this milkman and this woman, the bowling shirt guy and the waitress, the cowboy and the swing coat lady, this older guy and this nurse, and this one who looks like a teenager, and whatever girl we're not seeing here. There's got to be a girl somewhere that we just can't see. Maybe these were the parents, and the rest of them, it would it would make sense that Granny's not one of them, because if this is how if their faces actually looked like this in the original cycle, just in Puritan garb, then Granny would be too old to be one of the parents anyway. So they could have just been townspeople who didn't stop the sacrifice, or, maybe it's the parents who participated in this particular ritual, and then the rest of the town, maybe they just didn't stop it. They attended the sacrifice and they didn't do anything to stop it, something like that. That's what I'm figuring. Like, what do you think about Robert's theory, Doc?
It's interesting. Right now, I'm sorry, I got a little distracted trying to find the Reddit post with all the different, like, the breakdown that we went over. So while you were talking, because you were talking about which ones appeared in the scene, and I was trying to figure out which one was missing.
Let's see what else is here for his images. Okay. So there's this is the cave drawing, and oops. So there's this is what he was talking about with the monsters here. I mean, not the monsters, the parents who become the monsters. And you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 11, 12 would be, so, oh, wait a minute. Shouldn't there be more parents here? If there are 7 slabs that represent where the kids were laying, I feel like there should be 12 stick figures here. And then there are 2 up here, which I think represent Jade and Tabitha, like Robert was saying.
Right.
But why are there only 1, 2, 3,
So that only adds up.
7, 8, 9, 10?
So that adds up to
They're
12
all,
altogether in that one. There's another one, I think, with 12 red ones and then 2 in white.
yeah. Yeah, there's another part of the cave painting which you can't really see in this one, but there's another part of it where there are 12 red stick figures. Let's see, what was Robert saying in his theory about the? Let me go back and look at the numbers here. So
The new one, and the new monsters were the mistress, the bowling guy, and the old man. And I think they also call the mistress the strict lady.
right, she was the one in the dark, like Tim Burton looking outfit, like something out of someone out of a Tim Burton Wednesday Addams sort of thing. So let's see. There appear to be 12.
Which one? Which one was that one? The Tim Burton one?
Sorry, the Tim Burton one was there's this one, it's kind of dark, but I've seen brighter footage of brighter images of her. She's wearing like a black dress with a white collar, so kind of
like, yeah, okay, one's the Adams thing. Okay, I gotcha.
Gothic looking.
I was making that in my head a lot more circusy than it actually was.
Yeah, it's very very
like stripes and
yeah, not like that. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, Robert did point out that there were 12 total, including the 2 above the symbol. So that's odd to me. So there are 10 around the stones and there are 2 up above it. And there are 12 monsters at Smiley's birth. 12 stick figures around the stones on the mural. Interesting about all of these things adding up to 12. Yeah, 12 talismans, 12 stick figures around the stones, 12 main structures in town before the Matthews house collapsed. Jade was 12 when his parents died. This is also interesting. And of course, Jim said the answer to everything was 12. He was right about that. it applies to so many things. And the bottle tree numbers that converted to 12 scales of music. So, oh, and I love how he even points out there are 12 characters with 11 letters in their name. Um, and he's used that to predict who's going to die next. And so far, he's been pretty successful, I think, at predicting that. But let me go up a little bit back earlier in his theory where he was talking about um, so if each child has two parents, then there should have been at most 14 original settlers. So yeah, if they all became monsters, where do the other monsters come from? Yeah, what I don't understand is why aren't there 14 stick figures on that part of the painting? That's what's confusing me. But yeah, maybe the number of monsters is just tied to the greater mythos of From, because the 12 just applies to everything. Yeah. It could be a plot hole. Maybe they weren't realizing at the time they were like they should have there should have been 14 because there are 7 Nankoi kids. Unless I mean this was the olden days. Maybe back then, yeah, there weren't a lot of single parents, but maybe 2 of the parents just died of some disease
Mhm.
or something, so they just weren't involved
Or were cannibalized.
or were cannibalized. So,
Like
yeah,
a little hors d'oeuvre before the ritual begins.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, odds are somebody died in colonial times.
Sure.
Luck could get you.
People died of all kinds of things. You could die of a common cold that turns into pneumonia.
Hmm.
Um, so sure. Yeah. No need to get too hung up on that. I think we can just assume that maybe 10 of the parents participated in the sacrifice. They became monsters and the rest of the rest of the monsters just were others in town who also were part of the sacrifice or just failed to stop it. I think that makes total sense. Yeah, I love how he broke down the way the number 12 applies to so many things. That's so interesting. I didn't realize there were 12 structures in town. So that he has a picture here, a map of the town, and it's got so let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So wait, I think these are so if you're just counting the buildings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, 12. 12 is the school. So yeah, that's right. 12 structures in town until the Matthews house collapsed. Interesting. Wow. 12 really does
And
apply to everything. Jim was right. The answer is 12.
and if anyone in the chat has noticed any other repeating numbers or significance to the number 12 in the show, please post any other supporting evidence for this theory. And so
Interesting.
just
Yeah.
to recap, um, let's see, he wants to just, so if there were 7 ghoulish children and each had 2 parents, this would mean at most there were 14 original monster parents. However, the creators themselves indicate there were 22 distinct monsters when accounting for actor recasting. Um, so he theorizes there might be a universal curse. Sando suggests that the simplest explanation for this discrepancy is that the original townspeople were cursed. Those who sacrificed their children became monsters. Those who did not sacrifice their children but also failed to prevent the sacrifice were also cursed to live forever as monsters. This broadly distributed monster curse means everyone in town was either doomed to become a monster or to become eternally reincarnated, reliving the horror of the original sin until the cycle is stopped. The significance of 12, Jim's statement that 12 is the answer to everything. Then supporting evidence, the theories, titles. There are 12 monsters present at Smiley's birth. The cave mural displays 12 stick figures surrounding sacrificial stones. There are 12 talismans, which correspond to the 12 main structures of town before the Matthews house collapsed. Jade was 12 years old when his parents died, and there are 12 scales of music. And remarkably, there are, oh, Jim converted the digits of the numbers of the bottle tree to 12 scales of music. And remarkably, there are 12 characters with exactly 11 letters in their names. And then there's a color theory with 12 colors and a color wheel. All right, so I kind of want to break down the discussion into sections with supporting evidence and then holes in theories, patching up the holes, and how it might impact the show if the theory is true. So does anyone else see any supporting evidence before we move into potential holes? Pause.
Yeah,
Well, there are some things in the chat.
let's see.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
Some people have put some stuff in the chat.
let's see. Justin said 12 represents God's holy law to the Hasidic Jews, which means it's governed above our world standards, infinite. 10 is standard law, like how we say the 10 best ways for X. Yes. David says, I agree with the theory that while the 12 that sacrificed their children turned into monsters, the entire town became trapped. Taryn says, 12 safe space castle squares in the game of Pachisi. Oh, okay. Interesting. With Alice, 12 colorful stones in the original Hebrew breastplate that represent the 12 tribes of Israel. Wow. So 12 has a lot of significance in various religions, apparently. That's so interesting.
Yeah, there's
Uh,
some theories about like one of the stones being jade. So like people have gone through and found other stones to put to represent the tribes.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool. Dieter
Well, I did
says,
some research as well. I did some research for one of our lives, but I don't think I ever showed any info on that.
oh, really?
Yeah, long time ago.
Was it related to the monsters or just other stuff too?
It was related to the Kimona lady being in like the Book of Revelations, being the woman cloaked in the gold of the sun and the red dragon.
Oh,
That era.
oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Maybe I'll find my
Interesting.
notes somewhere.
Yeah,
It's been a
yeah.
while.
No need
Because
to let that
I
go to
started writing
waste.
down things that could represent stones.
Right.
Like Elgin's
Oh,
a type of marble, so I thought, okay, we'll put in Argent as marble and jade, and then we'll find out other stones here that correspond.
mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see here. Jen said, I think that in previous cycles, townspeople repeated the mistake of sacrificing their kids since they couldn't get out. Maybe that's what makes Victor special because Miranda did not sacrifice him. I've wondered that too. I've thought about whether I think that this place might be trying to trick people into thinking they need to sacrifice kids to get out. And maybe that's what happened to Christopher, that he snapped and he was going to try. I believe he was going to try to sacrifice Victor and Eloise. And that's why their mother, told them to hide from him. Um, let's see. Jen said, since Jim and Tabitha had 3 kids, I assumed that the prime Jade and Tabitha had more than one child because they only saved 1 out of 3 kids or 2 out of 3. Yeah, that's possible. They might have. Interesting. Yeah, interesting stuff. Let's see. Let me go back up a little bit. Did I miss anything else? Let me go back a little bit higher here. Oh, Debbie, I'm glad. Debbie, nice to see you, Debbie, Abby Bobaby. My health is allowing me to enjoy this tonight, thankfully. I miss these lives. Oh, well, I'm so glad to hear you're feeling well enough. I know how difficult it is to manage chronic health problems all too well. So thank you for thank you for caring enough to even miss the lives, and I'm glad that you're feeling well tonight and that you could join us.
Hi,
Oh,
Debbie.
all 12 colors. Who said that? Hold on. I'm trying to add Scarlet, but it's not letting me scroll down. It's not letting me. Come on.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
here.
there we go.
Yeah,
Okay, trying to add you back.
thanks.
You're welcome. Jen said, "What if in each cycle the townspeople choose to repeat Yes, that's what I think. Yes, that they chose to repeat the sacrifice. There aren't really any kids there except Victor and now Ethan. Yeah, just me. Perhaps other townspeople were in support of the sacrifices. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. David pointed out 12 zodiac, 12 tribes, 12 imams. 12 is the magic number. Yeah, it fits. It really fits. Brandon said the kimono woman may never want to be alone and keeps rebirthing the monsters, just keeping the cycle going. Could be. Justin said, "Damn, me and Robert always think the same." Yeah, I had so many great conversations with you and Robert first joining the fandom and theorizing together in Jeremy's Discord. It was so fun. Um, J, JT Moore, just Duster fan fiction season 2. Let's write it ourselves. Sounds good to me. Seriously, Carl and I would have written a much better reveal for uh, that giant bombshell we got at the end of episode 8, the finale.
Yeah, that was
But
kind of like a nothing burger, like your brother's Xavier. Oh,
I know.
all right.
Yep. Yeah.
Very
The end.
tacked on at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. They did that. I'm sure Carl thought they probably just did that because they knew they were going to get canceled, and now I'm thinking they had an alternate ending in case they didn't get canceled, and this was how they wanted to end the series rather than a big dun 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 moment, really dramatic. They knew the series was going to get canceled, so that's why they made it seem chill, like no big deal. Like, let's just down some drinks together and watch the sunset. Sure, yeah, and just drop the biggest bombshell of your life. But yeah, it's just
we should write some fan fiction with some like crazy not MK Ultra scenes, like psychedelic scenes, and
we totally should. Yes,
And
we
lots
need
of
to.
shower scenes.
lots of
Yes,
shower scenes.
Wait,
Doc
what?
wants to put those in.
yes, we need to do that. Let's make it up.
They're gonna be showering in LSD water, everyone.
Yeah.
Multicolored, glowing, prismatic.
With Alice, they said the Fangoria Chainsaw Awards is an award ceremony that celebrates achievements in horror and thriller films starting in 1992.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, yeah, let's vote for From over there.
Mm-hmm. It's a great magazine. Highly recommended.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I used to buy them when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I used to have my dad get them for me from the convenience store.
Brandon says nightmare creatures, each one by their clothes, symbolizes a role in the Fromville town. Who was a major character that was lost? Is similar to Smiley. Yeah, I don't know. Smiley doesn't have a. Smiley's kind of an exception, He doesn't have like a really distinct look to him. He's just wearing a cardigan.
Cardigan.
Yeah. Is it Chainsaw Award because of Evil Dead?
Yeah, but we could theorize, Julie, what he's going to wear in the next season because he was naked. He was all natural.
Oh yeah.
So what clothing are we going to, Smiley will be dressing with?
Yeah, I wonder what he'll show up in next. Some new threads.
A fedora.
Maybe more updated.
A fedora, and I don't know. I can't see him just like in a t-shirt and jeans.
I can't imagine that either. No.
Hey, everybody.
Maybe skinny jeans, maybe. Nah, that'd be weird. Just be said, if the theories are super deep, please describe it in layman's terms. So sure, we can do that. We'll break it down. We'll break the theories down. Explain it like I'm 5 or 4.5. Okay, Teeter.
I'm good at this. This is it's my zone. My zone.
Justin said, "Hey, Julie B, Deep Dives, Panda, Kaiju, and Amazing Scarlet."
Hey, Justin.
Hi.
Nice to see you. Glad you're here with us. Jen says, "Dirty clothes versus clean clothes always makes me think between the monsters and the Ankui kids and Boy in White." Right? Yeah. I think there's a reason for the dirt. It's symbolic of something, especially with the man in yellow. The sullying of hope. I think the yellow represents hope. That's why it's all covered in dirt. Anyway, yes, Robert is so insightful, Jen. Yep, and has dope theories that hit. Absolutely. Samuel said Mr. Saunders is the GOAT. Absolutely. Steve said only sadists use the regular white theme for Discord. I know, right? It's harsh on the eyes. He's a lawyer, Justin said. Oh, okay. He's a lawyer. Got it. Yeah, I knew it was something something interesting. Yeah, I remember now. I think he
Makes
said
sense.
that. He told me that once. Robert does have amazing theories. Yes, he does, just me. Saunders is a philosopher, I think. He could be Muncher Luncher. Seriously, if you could just like get a job as a philosopher, too bad. Like there's nowhere to just get a paycheck as a philosopher. So if that were the case, he'd probably be one. Um, anyway, so hey, good morning, Bush Logic from Africa. Nice to
Good
see you.
morning.
That's so cool. Nice to see you. Bush Logic is a regular over in Koala T Reacts community. So I think he definitely found me from there. So it's so cool to see you join, especially from South Africa. So awesome to see people coming in from all different corners of the world. Muncher Luncher AO thuggish vehicle in Dallas. Yeah, Panda Carl with his thuggish. What kind of car is that again, Carl? What is
It's
that?
Lexus GS 300.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I resemble that remark.
Okay. Moving
I just
on.
thought you were a talking car the whole time,
My mother, the talking car.
like Kit. Oh, I thought like Kit from Knight Rider, but he has a British accent, I guess. The American version of that.
Right. Michael.
David said 12 is associated with wholeness, completion, and cycles. 12 months in a year, 12 hours on a clock. Esoteric interpretations say the universe is based on the harmony of six-based math. Great, Michael. Thank you for that insight. When they count the monsters, I think they add Smiley as the 12th. Okay, gotcha. Carl pointed out 12 apostles. Good call there. Yeah, 12 has so much significance. I love that they picked that number. I know it was not a coincidence for that the writers chose that. Samuel said the night creatures must have been on strike. Critter 12 inches, make a foot. Yep. David, male, female is also how the zodiac flows from Aries. All right. Just me said originally we had 13 rather, 13 months in the calendar. Interesting.
Yep.
Why? I wonder why it was changed to
Well,
12.
some still do, like the Islamic calendar is 30 because of the moons.
Hmm.
Yeah, the 13th zodiac sign. Yeah, it's in between the cusps.
Okay.
I think
13.
it's in between like Scorpio. It's in October, but I can't remember exactly what it's called. And nobody hardly ever uses it when they're born at that time, so it's kind of like a nothing thing, nothing burger. But
Right.
yeah,
Gotcha. Um,
I
David
don't
said
know.
there's,
They changed it. I guess they just changed it because the
yeah,
Romans wanted that.
maybe, yeah. David said there's also the 13th zodiac sign, but it's in between, so adding it doesn't add any more time. Okay. Yeah, Jen said Smiley's a boy, and there's only a boy left out of the 11, so two boys won't have a child. Right, but there are also other monsters missing from that shot too. So maybe Smiley was not one of the parents of the kids. Maybe Smiley was just one of the townspeople, because there are other monsters missing. Um, the single monster, yes, the teen boy monster is the one who said, Julie, don't you remember me, Samuel? And I believe he's there in that shot for sure.
Yeah, he is.
Just me said we used to have 28 days in the month, hence a 13-month calendar. Oh, I see how that would work.
Because it goes with like the cycles of the moon, but also the menstrual cycle and the ladies'
Right.
natural rhythm.
Right. Chen said 12 parents would only be 6 kids. Right. Exactly what I was confused about. Uh yeah. So like
Yeah, but there could be people that have more than one kid.
true.
Nope,
Yeah.
not allowed.
Miranda
Kidding.
had 2 kids.
Mm-hmm.
She had 3 technically. Oh, Miranda, not Tabitha, sorry.
Yeah,
That's right. Some
exactly.
of the parents could have had more than one kid. That makes sense. Yeah. Debbie said it's not just the parents who became the monsters, it's the entire town. Yeah, I think that's right. That decided to sacrifice the town's children in exchange for immortality. Right. Uh, David said they also changed the calendar from the start of the year being Aries spring equinox to January, thanks to Rome and Janus. October equals 8, November equals 9, December 10, January 11, February 12, and March Aries equals 1. Oh, okay.
Because the year starts with the springtime and the spring the spring equinox. Sorry.
Right.
A little tired.
Yeah. S- Um, Scarlett got excited. LOL, Tim Burton. Justin said.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah, saw the Wednesday trailer. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Um, yes, 20 likes. Please hit the like button. At least at last count, 20 likes. Let's see. Um, by the way, starting Monday, we're going to be covering a new show. I meant to say that at the top of the live. We're going to be starting to cover the new MGM Plus series, The Institute, directed and executive produced by Jack Bender from our very own beloved From. So I'm excited about it. I think it's going to be a really interesting new show to cover that could finally fill that void that From has left for a while anyway. I don't know. I still don't think it's going to equal From, but it still will be in the same vein, and I think From fans are going to enjoy this a lot. It, as far as I know, it's going to drop at midnight on Saturday night, aka, technically Sunday, but think of it as 11:59 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. Think of it like that. That's when you need to be ready for it to drop, because that's what they did with From. I doubt they would change it up for this, so I'm guessing that's what it's going to be. And we're going to do watch parties in the Discord. If you are not in there, you can join in the description of the video. There's the Discord link. We're going to do watch parties every week when it drops. Now let's see. Yeah, so yeah, they could have had just more than one kid. That could explain the discrepancy in the numbers. Let's see, 4 and 7, 7 and 4. Yeah, those are the numbers that keep recurring. It's all 4s and 7s. Yeah. Michael, yeah, Geekademy did a video where he counted 22 monsters that he saw in the show. So, but it's varied a bit because certain ones that popped up and never were seen again, like the black monster, and we don't know her name. I don't know what else to call her, but she's the only black monster we ever saw, and Jasmine. So, anyway, let's see, scrolling down a bit,
And
Dieter
yeah,
posted,
that
yeah,
Academy video is great. It's got a lot of other stuff in it, so definitely go and check it out. Obviously,
yes,
not right this moment,
but yeah,
later on.
absolutely. Taryn, we posted the link. Dieter shared the link to Taryn's book on Amazon and Taryn's YouTube channel and Instagram. So check that out. Taryn is a prolific theorist himself in the From community and a prolific author. JT Moore, 12 hours of night, 12 hours of daylight. Yep, that's another example of the significance of 12. 12 minus 1 is 11, which breaks down to 4 and 7. Right, exactly, Jen. 12 has significant symbolic meanings for the cycle, like the year and the hero's journey, which is also 12 steps. Another good one, David. Absolutely. Let's see. 12. Okay, so now I think I'm getting caught up now. I did these kind of out
Chat's
of
on
order.
fire. Our community's got a lot of great minds here.
Yeah, absolutely. Jen said, "What if the sacrifice isn't all there is? Like, there's a bigger ritual. There's a bigger bad equals man in yellow. So what if the sacrifice wasn't complete since not all the original children were sacrificed? Could be,
Mm.
very well could be. JT Moore said Toby and Jim were expendable. We are now left with the core 4 of the 6 that entered in the first episode. Very true. Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. And that's 4. That's one of the significant numbers in the show. 4. So good point there. So if the original sacrifice wasn't completed, they're repeating it. Maybe it's possible that in every cycle, the goal is to try and convince people that child sacrifice is necessary, so it gets repeated. Dieter said 12 gods attended a banquet in Valhalla before the death of Balder. What 12? I have no idea how to pronounce that thing. I'm not even Tierlingus something. Joe, I don't know.
Jortenlingus?
Jor,
Tierlingus?
yeah,
Maybe Yo
maybe
Tierlingus.
Yo Tierlingus.
Or
Okay.
Joe Tierlingus.
Dieter said 12 Olympian gods ruled from Mount Olympus. Interesting. A lot of significance of the number 12. With Alice
Are
said
we,
with
sh- are we sure that Dieter didn't just get us to say some kind of deep, dirty word? I'm kidding.
You never know with Dieter. It could be. With Alice said, if that's true, I guess Sarah would have been the next monster if she had successfully killed Ethan. Um, hey, maybe. Um, it's possible. We don't know if there are other ways. Like Robert said in his theory that it's possible that sometimes, like, it could be possible for monsters to be created another way. Yes, a lot with 12 gods in mythology, like Dieter said. Steve said the counting system of base 12 is common throughout early civilizations too. Egyptians, Sumerians, lots of Asian and African civilizations. Even King Charlemagne implemented a base 12 counting system. Yep.
And I
Interesting
got
stuff.
12 fingers.
I hope not.
Kidding.
Oh wait, there was more. A base 12 counting system. To me, this implies something ancient about what's happening here and from. Nice. Okay. What else? Let's see. And I'm not monetized, so if you want to support the channel, the only way to do it would be through the Cash App or Venmo, or PayPal. Venmo and Cash App only work in the US. There's also this PayPal in Dieter's name that he set up for my channel expenses and my upcoming treadmill expense, which I still have yet to do something about. I need to make up my mind on a treadmill replacement and and figure out how much it's going to cost and stuff. Because I'm dying here without one. 3 walks a day outside, including at night. I need to get on that. Literally, I need the treadmill to get on. And there's also a buy me a coffee, which Dieter set up for me in my name as well. I have to add
Well,
that to the description. I keep forgetting.
well, Julie, if you were using the treadmill to get off, then we'd be a little bit concerned or intrigued.
Yeah, I wish it were that 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 would be fun. I wouldn't be dreading it. But
I was
no.
gonna say, don't knock until you try it, Doc.
um anyway, yes, Brandon, yes, we are all family in this community. Yes. Everyone genuinely cares about each other. A lot of love and friendship here unconditionally. Absolutely.
Oh, I think we should discuss something really quick though. Um, all right, so if you have a wrench, I'd like to request that we try to keep the chat to all chat because it's going to default to top chat when you come in. Because we had our first like incident with like a real bad troublemaker, and when we looked at their channel history, there was so much that we missed that we were just mind blown. And so if you have an admin wrench and you want to keep an eye out, like if you could just keep the all chat up and make sure you alert us if you see anything sketchy.
Yes. Thank you for pointing that out, Doc. When you're
Also,
watching when you're watching the stream, you'll see that it says top chat. That I think sometimes it defaults to that, and if you click on it, you can change it to all chat, and you'll see all messages instead of just some of them. So that way you won't miss anything. And um apparently, yes, that there was somebody who's been posting a lot of really offensive things over a long period of time, and it was easy to miss. uh some of it could get filtered out if you only have top chat instead of all chat. So if you have a wrench, yeah, we ask that you, if you see something that looks really offensive, like like sexual innuendo directed at anyone here on the panel, that would qualify as offensive. And unfortunately, there were multiple, numerous instances of that. Um, and, any kind of hate speech, I haven't seen that, but if there were any hate speech toward any group of people, LGBTQ, racism, sexism, I did see some sexist comments. So there were some overtly sexist things. So I did unfortunately see some of that stuff too. Um, Anything like that, or religious hatred towards some other religion, anything like that at all, what you can do if you have a wrench is you can click the three dots next to that person's comment and time them out. Timing them out means they can't comment for, I think, 15 minutes. And then if they come back and they're still causing problems, then I can just ban them. So yeah, that gives you, that wrench gives you the power to do that. So yeah, we would really appreciate it if you'd keep an eye out for stuff like that. And um anything else, like, if there are sexually suggestive jokes, that's perfectly fine. The thing that we want to get a hold on, that we want to curtail, would be sexual innuendo directed at members of this panel or at other people in the chat. That would be like harassment or innuendo specifically about us on the panel. We're obviously here, we digress into fun sexual jokes and silly rabbit holes, but and so that's fine. Please don't time anybody out for making a dirty joke or something. It's only if it's directed at one of us specifically, like using our name, or it's obvious that it's directed at me or someone else on the panel. That is what we don't want. Okay, so that's our little speech on that.
Yeah.
Or I was gonna say, if somebody in the chat is kind of aiming towards somebody else in the chat and they say, no, that isn't funny, please stop, then stop, okay?
Yeah,
Because that's
Right.
happened before in chats with me. I
Yeah.
don't like it.
Yeah.
I do have to applaud our community because I had discussed this with Tony earlier today, and he was just like, "Oh, you're only dealing with this now? We get this all the time," and including some of the stuff was kind of like essay type stuff that was in this chat, that we noticed, and that was like, so like there's like a level of extremity to this that we had to
Mhm.
deal with, and apparently Tony gets it directed at Phil a lot.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. But anyway,
Poor Phil.
thankfully we have what?
I said poor Phil.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I've
thankfully,
been on other lives on other channels, and I was on this one. I had called in, and the two hosts, this guy called in, started talking about the show. Actually, it was started talking about Steve McKinney in it. Then all of a sudden, he said he wanted to start licking them, like licking their neck and touching them, and I was like, "What is going on?"
but
Wow.
I just I want to.
And we banned them, and then somebody came on, and since one of the hosts is black, this did a tirade of racial slurs that we easily dispatched. But I mean, come on.
But I don't
Yeah,
want
that's
to. Well, I don't really want us to digress too much on this, but
Yeah,
I did
yeah.
want to applaud the community that this is like the first like big like offense that we've had, and so you all are awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. You know, almost everyone has been cool, has been great. There haven't been many instances of this at all. This is the first time it's really become a problem with and it's really only it's only been one specific person that was the offender. So yeah, we appreciate how awesome you guys are. Anyway, Dieter, getting back to this mythology: 12 Norse gods, 12 Olympian gods, 12 apostles, 12 that word I don't know how to say. Yoterlingus, 12 12 zodiac signs, lost 12th tribe of Israel, and 12 imams in Islam, as David added. Dieter, the book of Revelation, the city of God has 12 gates, 12 angels, 12 foundations, and the tree of life bears 12 fruits. Nice.
Okay.
So
And so what holes are there any holes in this theory? The only one that I note here was that Saunders himself acknowledged that the possibility that the writers might. All right, Saunders himself acknowledges the possibility that the writers might simply not prioritize an accurate monster count, and that background monsters could be added as needed without specific numerical significance. But he hopes it's not the case. Um, and his kind of patch for that is kind of like that the proposed universal curse where anyone can become a monster, where everyone became a monster or was reincarnated, effectively patches the discrepancy in the monster numbers, suggesting a broader mechanism for their existence beyond just sacrificing parents, just the sacrificing parents.
is there a post in Discord?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Oh, oh,
I know
that's
he
weird.
does have a couple more.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you. I know he has a few more posts in there too, and then we also have Nick L's to get to as well, which kind of connects to Robert's, I believe.
Yeah, and there are more pictures here too that were added
Mm.
that apply to all this. So like here's so this is a better view where you can see the two of the new monsters, the bowling shirt guy and the new one with, I forget what we're calling her, but she's got like this, Puritan looking outfit on. So those are two of the new ones who just happen to be in that scene. I also shared a better shot of this is a brighter shot. And yeah, for some reason there's one missing here. We only see 11 in this. We still just see 11 here, but I think there were supposedly 12 in this scene. I don't know. Oops. I'm trying to get out of this. It won't let me. Sorry, hold on.
Maybe it's 12 counting Smiley.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, it's gotta be. Yeah, it's gotta be 12 counting Smiley.
And then
Um,
that would fulfill the male-female pairing that they have going on there, because it looked like there was a woman standing by herself, right? I remember right? I could be
yeah,
misremembering.
yeah. I think it was a guy actually. It was teen boy.
Oh, no, he should be
There's
with the cheerleader.
kimono.
He's usually with her.
Yeah. Yeah, not this time. For some reason, Nick
Oh,
included this one. This is funny. These are those monsters that do that yip 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 yip, right? In the is it Sesame Street? Um
the one on the right looks like the red slime monster.
Yes, it does. It does. That's hilarious. Yeah, and of course, Smiley being reborn here, with his membrane. This is definitely symbolized by the drawing in the cave. The membrane, a.k.a. what we thought would look like a red squid monster, but is clearly just that.
You got like some
Yeah.
production person putting in all those folds exactly perfectly in that membrane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, hold it up perfectly. Now, like,
Jay,
hold it a little bit.
Jay, right. Um, Jay, I'd be willing to bet this has happened before. This looks like a ritual that they've done before. So I bet nightmare creatures have been killed before in other cycles. The secret hiding place for Fatima seems to have been used before. Absolutely. Brandon, why don't we see all the monsters we saw a lot during the Colony House purge? It tells me there are a lot of tunnels and monsters are active when needed. Great observation, Brandon. I agree. Um, let's see anything else I missed that we need to really add to this. What else? I'm just kind of skimming through here. Hi Amy, nice to see you. Oh, you've got a cute new profile picture. Pretty Amy. Um,
Hi, Amy.
okay. Hey a.a. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let me just
Hey,
scroll.
man.
Let's see. Uh, with Alice said, I don't think she was a Black American monster. She looked more Dominican or Puerto Rican. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe. Hey, V Sky. Nice to see you. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. What
Hey
else?
there.
Dieter, let's not name the person that we were referring to, who was saying the offensive things. He was asking if we can say the person's name. I'd rather not.
Rather not
We
feed
don't want to give them
trolls.
credit.
Do not
Don't credit
feed.
the trolls.
No feeding.
Yeah, let's not do that. V Sky said, I'm so sorry. V Sky said, I've been okay. My mom passed in early May, but things are on the upside personally. I'm so very sorry for your loss. I'm so
Sorry.
sorry. Yeah. Um, I lost my dad in April. Um, I'm so sorry for your loss, and yeah. I hope you find ways to cope with it, and you and your family are hanging in there. And there's nothing that can be said. To you know, the loss of a parent is just it's brutal. uh, But you don't. It doesn't really get easier. It gets more tolerable with time. And I hope you have a good support system around you. Um. Anyway, so Debbie. Tony is looking at doing a smaller version of his FromCon. So he's hoping that he can do a smaller version with a smaller group of us and do panels with YouTubers, including me, hopefully, and other YouTubers for From. So stay tuned on that. We're still talking about it, and it would cost less money, so hopefully, and less legal issues. It wouldn't be involving like the actors, most likely. It would just be YouTubers and fans. So we'll keep you posted, Debbie. Hopefully we can make it happen. He said that if we do this, it could happen within even the next couple of months. Justin, yeah, poor Phil catching strays. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, right, Justin? Um, okay, let's see. Well, V Sky, we're talking about the nightmare creatures tonight, and we're going through fan theories. This is our fourth week, our fourth installment of discussing the nightmare creatures. So yeah, let's see, what else do we have here? Michael said we were talking on Facebook today about there being 7 Ankui kids, but the possibility there should have been 8, which would seem to imply there'd be like 14 monster parents and maybe the other 2. Yeah, I wonder that myself. Maybe the boy in white was supposed to be the 8th sacrificial kid and got away. With Alice said, I think the 12 tribes of Israel were or are here in the US. Um, David said, I think we'll see a flashback to the ritual sacrifice, which may involve some blood drinking. Very well could. I think we'll eventually see it through Julie's story walking by season 5. And Jostin said that all the numbers of Hurley's lotto ticket equals 108. 8 divided into 10 is 1.2. The first numbers are also like 12. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Tie into Lost and Hurley. So Michael said there was an art department shot with like 7 homes around the O in From with a blank foundation. Oh, okay. Cool. Smiley equals the 9th monster, said David.
And
Oh, hi,
Julie,
Scott. Hi,
hey
Scott.
Scott.
He had to replace his phone, and couldn't get his Discord account back. I had a lot of trouble just getting my old phone number back too. What a pain, Scott. Hope you could
Welcome
get
back
that
though.
sorted. Yeah, welcome back. All right. So yeah, let's continue. Well, wait, one other thing. Michael said that the two parents opposed the sacrifice, but they said their kid was sacrificed. Yes. So if the full count of kids was 7, then it would be 12 parents rather than 14, taking out the two opposed. That's true. Their child was sacrificed. That little girl who went up to Tabitha in the season 3 finale. So yeah, so there should only be 12 parents, not 14. That's true. So actually that tracks that there are only 12 stick figures. Good point, Michael. Actually that makes sense. Yeah, that Jade and Tabitha had a little girl. That little girl, it was heavily implied that that was their child who went up to them. Um Michael said, unless the missing kid on the merry-go-round or the missing home in the From art department shot means there should have been 8 kids, but one got away. Boy in white, maybe? Could be. Um, all right. If Fatima gave birth to Smiley, maybe they keep giving birth to themselves forever. Yeah, David, maybe. Oh, hi, Kelly. Nice to see you, Kelly. Oh, geez, I'm
Hi
sorry,
Kelly.
V-Sky. V-Sky said we lost our kitty goldfish this week from cancer. Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's so
It's
rough. I'm
awful.
sorry.
That's awful. I lost a cat to cancer a few years ago, suddenly. I'm so sorry. That's devastating.
Me too. I did too.
Yeah. Yeah, stay strong, like Justin said. That's another really difficult loss. They're a part of the family. Um, so
Also,
yeah.
side note, my advice to people who have cats, please get them vaccinated for feline leukemia virus. It's extremely contagious. So if your cat goes outside, it can catch it sometimes if you're not careful. So, and it's an optional vaccination. So please get it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. 100%. I second that. David said maybe the two stick figures up alone are the boy in white and man in yellow. Maybe there's more than one meaning to those two stick figures. It could have a dual meaning. I could see that. Yeah, I could totally see that. That's as a possibility, maybe. Yes, thank you, Scott. Please hit the like button and subscribe if you're not subscribed. Enable notifications because my life is pretty crazy and I'm dealing with a lot. So sometimes I am late for lives. Not if I have a special guest, I'm on time, but sometimes when I have the option and I need to take care of myself, I'll for self-care reasons I'll be late. So if you enable all notifications, you'll know when I'm definitely live. And anyway, so let's get back into this. Um so
Yeah.
what's next here with Robert's
All right.
theory?
So
Are we
future
did we get
implications
through it
of
all?
yep, we got through his theory for the most part, but I just want to kind of like discuss because I kind of want to analyze these theories a little bit. And so we're at the last part, which is what are the future implications of his theory if it's true to the story? Like, how does that affect how the story plays out? So some of my notes were if the universal curse holds, it suggests that breaking the cycle is a much larger endeavor than simply stopping the current monsters. The focus would shift to the original sin and the pervasive curse it unleashed. The continuous reincarnation of characters like Tabitha and Jade, as Miranda and Christopher, highlights their crucial role in the final breaking of this ancient curse. Their newfound memories about their past lives and their daughter, who was one of the sacrificed children, directly ties into this overarching quest to save the children and end the cycle. The ongoing significance of the number 12 could provide future clues or pathways for the characters to understand and confront the town's mysteries. So that was
Okay.
my final notes and final thoughts. Does anyone have any other thoughts about what the implications might be if it's true, how it might affect the story?
Hmm. Well, I just wanted to highlight this. Robert shared this photo also. There's you can see the stick figures here too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It looks like there are 16 of them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, 16. Huh. I wonder why. Not sure what they represent, but yeah, it looks like there appear to be 16 of them. It could be that there's a significance to this that's coming up that hasn't happened yet. David Agile has a really interesting theory about how the story of the cave painting may move from left to right. And this, what we're looking at here, would be something pertaining to the next season, season 4. So, like this is part of like this thing right here, this white thing would be part of like what looks like a dragon, I believe. And so, yeah, there may be something happening regarding 16 people that just hasn't happened yet. But anyway, there's that, and what looks like
Right.
12 F symbols too. So 12 of them. Another example of the number 12. What were you going to say, Doc?
I was wondering too how many of these maps and paintings and drawings and things are actually past events. Some might actually be future events. I think, especially with Victor's drawings, but that's a little bit of a side story. But that
Right.
was it.
Yeah. Michael said, just notice those sun-looking things at the right look like inverted G's. What's sun-looking things on the right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do look like inverted G's. And they also look like the infinity symbol, which I think obviously symbolizes this is an endless cycle going on here, an endless loop. And they also do look like the sun, or like they're radiating light. Yeah. Um, there was a painting of the Ankui kids that looked like the infinity symbol too. There were two of them, like kind of their faces kind of blending together like that. So yeah, I love this. I love this theory from Robert, and yeah, it's very analytical, comprehensive. Yeah, I think this is just a great breakdown. Um, and yeah, I think the reason, you know, the reason why there's a reason why 12 corresponds to so many things. Like, it must have begun with the number of people who sacrificed their children. And so we have 12 recurring over and over again, 12 structures in town, 12, um, what is it? 12 talismans, right? And all of these things that keep recurring. Yeah. 12 colors on a color wheel, 3 primary colors, 3 secondary, and 6 tertiary colors. I'll be looking forward to hearing Robert's color theory as well. Yeah, I don't think, and I don't think that it's just that the writers don't care about an accurate count for the monsters. I hope not. Like Robert said, I think that they know what they're doing, and they're not just throwing random monsters in at any given time. So, and I love his idea that, yeah, I love how he pointed out there could be other ways to create monsters. So this idea that Julie, Randall, and Marielle could have been turning into monsters in the dungeon, yeah, there could be more than one way. So yeah, I can't disagree with anything in here. I think it's all spot on, and so yeah, if anyone else has anything to add, let's see. Let's check in with the chat. Anything else?
And he
I
points
think
out
we
that there
should.
are 12 of the F symbols around the boats in one of the paintings too. On the caves.
Right. Yep. Yeah, yeah. You can't see it that well here, but there are yeah, there are how many F symbols around the boats?
He said 12.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Amy, it looks like twin suns for sure. Trying to re-add Scarlet here. My StreamYard is being weird tonight. It's not letting me
That's fine.
scroll down so I can add her. There we
My
go.
StreamYard is always weird,
Okay.
so yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, getting the likes up. Awesome. Thank you for hitting the like button. 27 likes, 30 people watching. Please hit the like button. Good night, Amy. David, white light shining through a prism divides into 7 colors, red to violet, like the 7 chakra and rainbow. Boy in white and 7 children. And that fits absolutely. And there's a color wheel in one of the drawings Victor did. So
I like the thing they ride around in the merry-go-round.
yes, yeah,
Yeah.
7 seats. Actually, I think it has 8 seats, but there's one that doesn't have a kid on it in the painting.
Mm-hmm. Oh. For the
Yeah,
boy in white.
yeah, maybe. So
I'm still trying to find
done.
I had copied and pasted Nick L's post earlier. So I have it in my notes, but I'm trying to find it actually on Discord. But while scrolling down, there is an interesting photo that Robert Saunders shares showing the 8 structures of Campbell Village and corresponding to the 8 Fs on the talisman. This image was created by Nick L. And I know he also provided a better one later, but I thought it was really, really cool. And I thought we should show that.
Okay, I'm looking for it.
Date it was posted. Yeah, if you scroll down, it's down there eventually, but there's so many posts here. I'm trying to find the actual date. And I think my phone reset the thing down to the bottom. Okay, so it's from I think 625.
Okay, I'm almost to that point now. I'm on 625. So he posted the picture on 625?
Yeah. At 11 p.m.
Why am I not seeing it? 625 in FROMacademy?
Yep.
1101.
There you go. Right there.
Oh.
Yep, the end of the
Oh,
night.
I didn't know that's what this was. Okay. Oh, so this is, wait. What did he write here? Here are the 8 structures that correspond to the 8 Fs on the talisman created by Nick L. Oh, wow. I couldn't see that there were 8 structures. This is like a behind the scenes art department shot of the 8 structures from Cannibal Village. There are 8. We just couldn't see them on screen. And it does correspond to the Fs on the symbol. Fascinating.
And so
Yeah.
we also have, if it's 1 per family, then that's 8 families, unless one building was used for something else like a church, right? Probably.
Mm-hmm.
And that'd make 14 children, 2 of the parents abstaining from the ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
Bring us back to 12.
Oh, that's 8 total. Yeah, 8 total F symbols. So I wonder why 8.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder why 8. There are 8 seats on the merry-go-round too. Maybe there were supposed to be 8 kids sacrificed and 1 got away. Interesting. Yeah. So does that cover all of Robert's theory?
That covers all of Robert's theory. Do we want to check with the chat while I pull up Nick's. Oh, here's Nick's. All right, here we go. For when we want to move on to Nick's, his is on 6/6/25 at 2:50 p.m.
Okay. Let's see. 6/6/25.
Oh, and I forgot to mention I forgot to mention, I think that we have theories from Bill Chill as well.
Right. Okay. All right. Almost there. 6/7. And 6/6/25 should be right around here somewhere. Right here. Okay.
Yep, there we are.
I got it. Mm-hmm.
And so Nick says, fantastic breakdown on the monsters, Robert. And it's a theory that I believed for a while as well. To add to your theory, perhaps, I believe the talismans are physical heart turned to stone given the atrocious acts of the parents. Destroy the talismans, and you destroy the monsters. In reference to the amount of monsters that are in town, I don't believe we ever see more than 12 monsters at one time. So I have an inclination to believe that some of the monsters, or all of them, are shapeshifters as well, since they can change from monster form to human form, and I don't believe that they are limited to one form. As well, since the old lady monster would obviously not have any children, but could just be a form of mind manipulation that the monsters use against people of the town. However, on the cave paintings, there is a picture of a bunch of red stick figures that equal more than 15. That equal more than 15, I believe. So there could be a method of making a person a monster. On the cave painting, I believe we are seeing the full story of how From came to be through the arrival of people, the sacrifice, and the monsterification. I love that monsterification of the people who sacrificed their children, shown in red. The squid monster, who I have always thought was a big bad, may not be the big bad at all. Perhaps the squid monster is a depiction of the people becoming or ascending to their monster forms. When Smiley was born, it looked very much like the squid monster. So, what if this is the way all the monsters came to be? Perhaps at the sacrifice, all the people died taking place in the sacrifice, and they were reborn through other members of the town that didn't take part in the sacrifice but also didn't stop it. Just like how it happened with Fatima. If the people that sacrificed their children all died once as a part of the sacrifice, perhaps their hearts were branded with the talisman symbols, and their hearts then turned to stone. Their bodies could have decomposed or were burned, and the talismans could have been then discovered.
Okay.
So perhaps the hearts of the people became talismans, and perhaps they also serve, I guess, kind of like a Horcrux, where if you destroy it, you destroy the monster.
Interesting. I like that idea. I'd never heard a theory like that before. Yeah. Perhaps their hearts were branded with the talisman symbols and their hearts turned to stone. That's so fascinating. Yeah, I like that. Their bodies could have decomposed or were burned, and then talismans could have then been discovered. Yeah, that's really interesting stuff. I mean, the thing of it is, though, the talismans are protecting people against the monsters. So, like, the last thing you would think of doing would be to destroy it. But maybe that would actually be the answer. Wouldn't that be a paradox?
I kind of like
Yeah,
that.
the heart of stone sounds really romantic too, like a very romantic. Oh, my heart turned to stone.
It would match the kind of fairy tale like quality of the show.
Yeah, yeah, it would.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. Yeah, I love that. I mean, because it does make sense. It tracks with the way that the number fits with the number of people who seemingly sacrificed their kids. So if it was just 12, like that's what it looks like based on the cave drawing, then 12 talismans corresponding to 12 individuals who sacrificed their children. Yeah, that's really interesting. I love that. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to really look at this during rewatches to see if we ever see more than 12 monsters at one time. Like, I don't, yeah, I doubt that we do, even when you see a horde of them.
Even in County
The
House,
times when we've seen the
like
most,
during the massacre, you think there might
yeah,
not?
I'm trying to think of the times when we've seen the most of them
Yeah.
at once. Colony House, like we would need to go back and look at that, see if we could ever in one shot see more than 12 of them at once. I'd be curious to see. Maybe they're shapeshifters. That's really interesting. So maybe there are only 12 monsters, but they shapeshift to different. I mean, if they can shapeshift from monster to human form, then why not shapeshift into different personas, completely different appearances altogether, and different outfits?
Or
Go through
Alba
costume
the
change.
goat. I was gonna say Alba the goat, Ginger the cow.
or
Yeah.
or maybe it is like a game and only 12 are out. 12 are allowed out at a time to play. And that's why that's why there are multiple nurses, multiple nurses, multiple waitresses, because that's the role that they're playing. That's the kind of like when you play Monopoly, you have to pick, you're gonna pick what is it, the boot, or you're gonna pick the dog, you're gonna pick the ship or whatever, the cannon. And they pick their character and they go out and they play. The 12 can play at a time. Possible. I don't,
It's possible. Yeah. Um, yeah, this is a great theory. This is really interesting stuff. And it does make sense. Now I'm definitely gonna go back and look at that Colony House
the
massacre scene.
I've been trying to think of holes. The only one that I can think of for this one is they don't look like a heart, but I mean, this is like a fairy tale like
It's
type magic
metaphorical.
stuff. Yeah, so it's metaphorical,
Yeah.
and it's about the right size, so I think it would
Mhm.
fit.
Emily Hart right by the
Yeah.
door.
Yeah, I can't think of any other holes in that theory. I really can't. I'd have to go back and look at the Colony House scene and see if there are more than 12 in one shot. I would be willing to bet no. We saw a lot of them at once, but we never saw a gigantic horde of them. Probably no more than 12. So yeah, I like that. I like that. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that now. I'm curious. They could easily shapeshift into different forms. If they can shapeshift to human form, why not? Um, David pointed out that the esoteric astrology speaks of the 7 rays of light emitting from Ursa Major. Severance had the 7 bottles of milk in the fridge arranged like the Great Bear constellation. Oh yeah, another awesome show, Severance. I miss Severance. Um,
They have a streaming things has a really great hour-long interview with Deacon. I mean Ditchin, the girl
oh
who
yeah,
played Gemma. I might be slaughtering her name,
yeah.
but I
Jet.
watched it. It's very good, and it just came out today.
Oh, nice.
And it's one of the
Cool.
best Severance interviews I've seen. Well, I mean, they talk about Severance and other things, but a really good interview, mainly about Severance.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I love her. Jen said, yes, Smiley's rebirth looked just like the big red cave painting monster. Absolutely. Carl, Heart of Stone, like my ex-girlfriend. Yeah, like my ex-boyfriend, Heart of Stone. Yeah, I feel you. David, the 2 people balancing their arms on the talismans are the equinoxes because these are the only 2 points of the year when the sun rises at 6 a.m. and sets at 6 p.m., giving us 12 extra hours of light and dark. Oh, nice. I like that. The equinoxes. Yes. Jen said, I love that theory. The hearts turn to stone. Yes, romancing the stone. Yeah, I love it. David said that's how you match the talismans to the zodiac and the hero's journey, with it all fitting with the sun and story from fall to spring, with 5 moon phases, 5 seasons. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, I agree with this too, Jen, that the cave paintings are the story of From. Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think that it's telling the story, the cyclical story of it too. Jen said that theory definitely explains why there are so many unaccounted monsters, because they shapeshift. Plus, that theory would answer the question of why so many of the monsters are unaccounted for. Absolutely. This would make total sense, because I feel like all the monsters should have been in attendance for that Smiley rebirth. And maybe they were. Maybe they were, and they're shapeshifters. I love it. Brandon, Cowboy Monster, Boyd, Leader. Yeah. Yeah, Boyd was there during that rebirth ceremony too. Michael said Boyd found them all arranged around a stone hut. Yes, the talismans. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And didn't he say how many he found? I think, where did we hear that there were 12? I don't remember now. I think somewhere in the show, I think they said there were 12. I know that they did. I don't remember when, but I'm pretty sure they did. David, yes, David posted a picture. This was amazing. We showed it on a live dividing the cave painting into the 5 seasons: the arrival on Bolt season 1, the symbol season 2, Smiley rebirth season 3, the emergence of the dragon, man in yellow, represented by the man in yellow, season 4, with the town massacre, to season 5. Yeah, I love that. I love that theory, David. Absolutely love it. What if putting a talisman into a monster will kill a monster? Interesting idea, Jen.
They replaced the stone heart into the monster.
Yeah.
And it's like, I can't take it. The goodness.
Right. Okay, so Doc, so do we have any more to go over with Nick's theory?
The next theory, so what are the future implications of this if it's true? I imagine they could use the talismans as weapons, and let's see.
Yeah, they could potentially use the talismans as weapons. Trying to think.
They also might be able to use, if they're shape shifting to match the numbers, then they could also use that as another form of threat too, if they up the ante at some other point. Kind of how
Yeah.
they can elevate the threat level. So maybe we could see some shape shifting shenanigans. But for some
Yeah,
reason I feel
that
like
would be
that wouldn't
interesting.
fit the theme. It would be interesting, but I feel like it wouldn't fit the theme of the show, but I could be wrong.
Right. You know, the monsters seem to, like, specific ones seem to be deployed to target specific people. Granny
Yes.
Monster seems to go for the children. She's used to manipulate Megan in episode 1 of the series, but then, and also Ethan in season 3. So it's like the Granny Monster is more likely to disarm the kids and make them feel secure and be tricked by her. Then you've got Jasmine, who, she's a cute young woman who was able to get Kevin to open the window. So it would be
She's the
interesting if we were to
honeypot.
see, yeah, the honeypot. If so, it would be interesting. Like, it's possible we could see the same monster be needed for 2 different purposes for 2 different types of people, and so we could see some kind of reveal. That would be really interesting if we saw Granny Monster go, appear in front of Ethan, and then that same monster is going to be needed somewhere else for, one of the other incarnations of of monsters, so that they have to go target someone else. So she has to transform from Granny into, I don't know, the waitress or something. We could see something like
I'm also feeling now that Gus is sus, that maybe a monster shape-shifting into that dog.
Yeah,
Could
Gus
be.
is sus.
There are a lot of people who suspect Gus of being the man in yellow in disguise.
That would be pretty cool for Doug Hughes.
Oh man, yeah.
We'd have to get him a
Wait,
crochet Gus.
a
I
crocheted
would just like
Gus.
to see a monster go from a monster into a dog, like that transition.
Yeah,
I
right.
want to see a monster dog.
A
Now I
monster
just thought
dog.
now I just thought of a dog with like Smiley's head and Smiley smiling, and I'm like, that's really weird, and I don't want to see it anymore.
Oh,
Like
bad
like at the
Photoshop challenge.
like at the end of Mars Attacks, if anyone remembers that.
I
Oh
do
my
because
God, I
it's Tim
do.
Burton. Because it's Tim
I
Burton.
love that movie.
Which one?
Of
What's it
course, I love
called?
that movie. It's inspirational. Mars Attacks.
Mars Attacks. We'll watch it sometime, Julie.
Yeah, I've never even heard of it. Mars Attacks. Okay. I'll add that to the list. So,
I know you're not a big fan of Tim Burton, but this isn't like exactly the gothic Tim Burton. It's more like the crazy space Tim Burton.
Yeah, it's not very dark or gothic at all.
okay, good. Because I usually don't
Yeah,
like Tim Burton stuff. I don't like that style. It's not my
yeah.
thing. That's all.
The aliens, they talk kind of funny. They were like "Nyeh, nyeh, 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 nyeh," or something like that.
What the
They were
hell?
kind of like
That's
50s
weird.
aliens, like aliens from the 50s. What people in the 50s kind of thought aliens looked like in films and B movies.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a comedy film,
Interesting.
and it
Yeah, I'll
was
have to
like
add it to it.
a parody of like all the old like sci-fi films, basically. It was hilarious.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll add that to the list. Jen said, I wonder if they could combine the talismans into a circle to weaponize it. Interesting idea, Jen. Yeah, who knows? Like, there could be all kinds of implications to this. If the talismans really are tied to the monsters in ways that we're not even aware of. Um, Brandon said, Julie B, it could be touched if you use the talisman around your neck like a chain. Um, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, somebody said in the show, like, you can't wear it like a necklace. I think Donna maybe said it, like, where if you wear, you can't wear it around your neck like a necklace, that it won't protect
I,
you.
I
Well,
don't want to
remember,
know. I don't want to know how that experimentation took place and who was the person who put it around his neck, and then it's like, oh, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
remember when Randall would like try to use it like a crucifix, and she's like, "It doesn't work that way, honey."
Yeah. That was so funny. Like the way she talked to him condescendingly like that. Oh, sweetie, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, it's great. Um, what a doofus. Donna specifically said that this is the only way it works. Hang it up. If it falls down on the ground, it's just a rock. So Randall was just being a blockhead in that moment. Uh, there are 12 unique talismans. Really, Michael? He shared a video. I'll have to check that out later on. Thanks, Michael, for that video link. Referenced from a Reddit thread. Okay, he's also got a Reddit thread here that he linked regarding that. David says, I think it means they keep getting tested and sent back to remember and be tortured and die for their actions, and then they get reborn again. Yeah, like who? Uh, the people. So like Tabitha and Jade, I guess. Yeah, Tabitha
The
and
funny
Jade.
thing
I'm
is,
guessing.
we're reading David's theory next.
Yes. Yep. So Dieter said Pandecolima, yes, you have a great voice, buddy. Yes, yes, you do have a great voice. Great voice, a natural voice for streaming. Let's see. Talisman only works in a house. Yes, Brandon. Or nope, any enclosed structure. So houses, cars, tents. It's got to be enclosed. Michael said, when the house falls down, someone using the talisman suggests using the talisman to protect it. But Donna says it only works in an enclosed space or something. Yeah, that's right. And okay, so what next? Are we on to the next theory?
Yep, David Agiles. Now, I don't know if David wanted to come up to present it. David, did you want to come up to present it, or do you want me to read it?
I think David likes to stay in the chat, so I'm guessing
Okay.
probably you probably like us to just read it. So is it on the Discord somewhere here?
Yep, it's on
Is it
June 15th, 2025 at 7:28 p.m. So 6:15. And he says, go for it. Okay.
okay, let me scroll to that. Okay. Here it is.
All right. So it
Right here.
says, in the live chat I mentioned, as they were transformed into monsters, they kept reincarnating and coming back to From. Cycle after cycle, repeating until now, until they remember. Remember that they are the monsters. From is a place created by the children being sacrificed to an entity that promised eternal life. So, what is this place and how does eternal life look like? It seems From is a place created like a bardo, a personal hell, created when enough people commit the same sin. When in the bardo being has all of his wrathful and peaceful inner archetypes assemble. It's up to the bardo being to recognize they are inner archetypes in order to escape the bardo, the personal hell / state of mind. It's a lesson in life more than afterlife. So the monsters are wrathful deities assembled into a bardo / pocket universe / collective unconsciousness, or collective unconscious, the personal shadow to the townies. In his opinion, the curse starts with the original cycle as presented on the cave wall. When they committed the sin, they were trapped in a bardo as monsters in their inner world. But in the outer world, while they are trapped as monsters, they keep reincarnating as other people, never knowing themselves, each other, or their shadow. Then every cycle they are dragged back to From, dragged back, dragged back to their inner world in order to remember reality from fantasy. To remember they are the monsters that sacrificed their children. They have been trapped in this repeating cycle over and over again. Jade and Tabitha are lovers that never knew each other in the outer world. The same is probably true with Miranda and Christopher and every couple in every cycle, cursed to live forever as other people while they are eternally trapped in From as monsters. That would mean everything has been in the inner world, and the glimpse of reality was a short-term dream of Tabitha. The visions Jade and Tabitha keep seeing, while the fantasy aspect is their life in the outer world. Jung speaks about the differences of the personal shadow and the collective shadow. Symbolically or metaphorically, I see the monsters as the personal shadow to the townies. They know everything about them and their personal and collect their personal items. I see the man in yellow as the collective shadow, which is the dark side of the entire group of the people there. Ultimately, the personal shadow represents the repressed, unacceptable aspects of an individual's personality, while the collective shadow refers to the darker, often unconscious aspects of a group, society, or culture, and what the culture sees as taboo. Essentially, the personal shadow is an individual, while the collective shadow is shared and projected onto others. Fantasy aspect is their Mobius strip narrative. Fantasy aspect is their Mobius strip narrative we also see, where fantasy underpins reality, showing how our fantasies shape reality.
Hmm. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I love this.
I love that.
I love this esoteric analysis that David is so good at. Yeah. Um, yeah, I think it makes total sense to look at it like a place created as a bardo, um, a personal hell, you know. Yeah, and you know, it's like it's like a private it's separate from our world. It's like I do think it's like a pocket universe, as he puts it, um and then, you know, it's like a karmic cycle that they're trapped in. They have to keep coming back over and over again to this place. And yeah, I think this is spot on. And the way, yeah, the Jungian analysis, I love that. Yeah, the personal shadow versus the collective shadow. Um, yeah, excellent. Excellent analysis, David. Yeah, and I do think, yeah, the OG cycle was on the cave wall. I love how he breaks down the way that everything played out using the cave drawings. So the original sin, the original curse was when they committed that sacrifice and turned into monsters. And then this is interesting, that an interesting concept, that so in the outer world, so uh, I like that, the idea that in the inner world that it's like their original bodies are just shells now. They don't have their souls anymore. So their bodies are these rotted out monsters that are just dried up husks of what they were, but their souls are being reborn as new people out in the world, not knowing, you know, their history, of course, that they've been reincarnated. And every cycle they're dragged back to their inner world. They're dragged back to this place where they came from, to remember they are the monsters that sacrificed their children. That's a really fascinating theory, and it's unique. It's not one that I've heard anyone else suggest. That's really interesting. And it could explain why certain people are selected, why certain people are brought there. Why them? Is it just because, I mean, I tend to think it's because the forces bringing them there are trying to exploit specific character traits to either help or harm, to either stop the cycles or start, or keep them going, keep them running. But it could be that they are being selected because they're reincarnations of the original townsfolk who sacrificed the kids, or who, not just the parents, but also the whole town. Like, if the whole town joined in on it, except for the OG Tabitha and Jade, then that's a large amount of people. That would account for all these people who show up in town. Like, there's a lot of people in town now who are in Fromville. All of those people could represent people from the original cycle who didn't do anything to stop the sacrifice and who supported it, whatnot. So it's a great theory. It's a really interesting theory, David. Um,
Al-
let's see what. Mhm.
Also, for supporting evidence too, we have I don't know if David was familiar with the mythology around the Sluagh, and the supposed cure for Sluagh was for them to remember their who they used to be and their original name. Um, and I feel like that kind of ties into this theory here, because almost like those people are Sluagh, they need to recall their souls by remembering who they are. Um, and also to and obviously that ties into the word onkui, meaning remember. And then also I was thinking, I noticed that we see several times in visions and whatnot that, you know, someone loses an eye in Fromville, and now I'm not 100% sure if that's just a pattern, like showing that there's a pattern repeating of, you know, a similar injury, or if that's the same person reincarnating again and again, having the same thing happen to them, and or a similar thing happen to them, and if so, is that Elgin? Has Elgin been reincarnated? Is he a reincarnation as well? And if so, is he the guy that was drinking the blood out of the skull? Does that symbolize that he participated in the sacrifice? Because if he's reincarnated from someone who participated in the sacrifice, then that seems to mean to me that he's a reincarnation of a monster that's there. So the monster has to still be there too.
Right. Yeah,
And I need to go pee
I
real
tend
quick,
to
so you can take over.
okay. Okay. I tend to think that all of the men Jade sees in those visions are past incarnations of himself. They all come from different looking eras. The Puritan, the Black Civil War soldier, the man under the boulder, and Christopher. So just because he sees a man drinking blood from a skull doesn't mean he's reincarnated from someone who participated in the sacrifice, though. Um, the way I interpreted it, I think that it's trying to kind of there are visions in the place that are trying to trick him into thinking child sacrifice is going to be necessary to get out. I think that's what happened to Christopher. I think he was haunted by visions hinting at child sacrifice being necessary to escape, and that's why Miranda told her kids to hide from him. So, if you remember, like, this place can take visions of people who died and do whatever it wants with them. It could take a vision of Abby and put her in a bunch of spider webs and she snarls at Boyd. Like, if it can do that, then it could take a past incarnation of Jade, a vision of him, and show him drinking blood from a child's skull, even if Jade never did anything like that in a past life. So I think that's meant to trick him. Not that he's going to actually fall for it, though. I don't think he will. Uh, oh, Michael, I was wondering when it was that somebody said that the talismans work only in an enclosed space, and he said it was when the house falls down. Okay, yeah, that's when Donna said it. Thank you, Michael. Um, oh, thanks for linking to the timestamp in that video that you shared a link to, Michael. The thread just pointed to the video and said it was like 45 to 46 to 46 seconds in. Thank you. And thank you, Scott, for the support. My StreamYard is a little slow. Okay, there we go. 30 likes. Awesome. Thank you. Please hit the like button. Teeter said 40 likes and I give away a talisman. Really? You're too generous, Teeter. You really are. You're way too generous. Please hit the like button. The like button is free, after all. David said, my theory was inspired by the links to Lost and Lynch's Lost Highway, also a Jungian theory of the psyche. Love it, David. I love it. It's a really fascinating theory, a unique theory, and I could absolutely see that being true. 31 likes, according to Scott. All right, awesome. It's 31 likes. Very good. Very good. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. David said the boy in white is Jung's idea of the self. He changes as the place moves, and the place changes as the people remember. He grows as they grow. Yeah, I like that. I like that. What else here? The man in yellow, according to David here, he says the man in yellow is the entity we see in Smile 2. The yellow represents the gold and the shadow. By facing our darkness, the lessons we learn, the collective shadow. Yeah, I've heard of that. I'm gonna add that movie to my list. Smile. There are those movies called Smile 2. I think you're referring to. Kind of like innies and outies, and the past lives would be like different gemmas, right? Because we know Severance specifically references Bardos, just like you discussed in your theory related to From. So this applies on Severance concept. Like Russian dolls, they have been getting closer to their self. Oh, I like that analogy. Remember is definitely key. It's the secret word that was given. Absolutely. Yes, that's definitely key. So so maybe that remember word doesn't just apply to Tabitha and Jade. It could apply to everyone, that they all need to remember that they were the original monsters. I like that theory a lot, David. With memories, we are really dealing with fantasy versus reality, and how fantasy underpins reality, which Lynch shows with using doppelgangers. Interesting, David. I gotta watch Lost Highway. Let's see. What did oh, okay. Scott said just 9 left to go to get to Dieter's goal. Nice. David said maybe they think they didn't participate because they haven't remembered yet, but I doubt it. From usually gives us what we expect more than not. It would be a horror twist though. Yeah, I doubt it. I think Jade and Tabitha Prime probably did not participate. But right, it would be a horror twist for sure. Dieter said 40 likes and I'll give away 1 talisman. Come on, guys, share around, send this live to family, friends, pets, family pets, neighbors' pets. Get all the pets involved. You're funny, Dieter. You are too
Oh my
kind
God.
and generous. What, Doc?
Said, oh my God. So I guess
We're up to
I should
33
be
likes.
praising Ghidorah.
Yeah. Okay, 33 likes now. Abuse the like button. Yeah, you meant like button. Yeah. Yeah, that was Boo demanding to get out of my room, probably to go harass my mom for breakfast. So I may need to go feed her in a minute. Love FROMacademy. Thank you, Dieter. Thank you, Dieter. Okay, so what's next? So did we get through all of David's theory here?
We got through all of David's theory there.
Okay, great. Great contribution. Thank you so much for participating and sharing your thoughts, David. Always so fascinating hearing his esoteric, psychological, and philosophical analysis of this show and other shows. So what's next on the agenda then?
All right. One moment. I just remembered that I can share it now, the stream. So I'm sharing it to my YouTube. There we go. Maybe that'll get us a couple more people.
Okay, awesome.
All right. Now back to well, next we have. Oh, hold on, I got too many things up. Don't think I need Discord up anymore. Oh, nice. We made it through 3 theories already. All right, so we got Bill Chill's coma theory. And as promised, after that, I dug into some other coma theories because it's kind of we haven't really explored a whole lot of that topic or given a whole lot of light to that. So figured, why not? Let's do it. But first, we'll start off with Bill Chill's coma theory. And he messaged this to me, so it's not on the FROMacademy page. So I'll just read it here. It says, I'm leaning towards the residents all being in a coma after an accident, either together or separate, in the real world. In season 1, episode 9, Boyd sees Abby and says, come back to me, Boyd. This is what someone would say to someone who is laying in a hospital, in a coma. Maybe he heard the real Abby talking to his comatose body. Not sure why they're all sharing the same headspace, but maybe the town is a subconscious place that people in a coma share together. Or maybe it's all just one person's coma, and the other people are manifestations of this person's thoughts, emotions, etc. Also, there are several ambulances in the town, I think 3. There have been 2 nurses, possibly a doctor, 2 EMTs, and at least 1 police officer in the town. Also, there are the one endless supply of canned peaches. I have only known a few places that would keep such immense amount of canned peaches: public schools, warehouses, and of course, hospitals. While today's hospitals may use vacuum packaged peaches, ROPs, there were most likely canned peaches in the past. This would explain the presence of the canned peach truck that Victor hid inside of. The sounds heard by the residents may come from loved ones visiting them, televisions playing, and possibly just noises in the background. The creatures could either be manifestations of fear or other emotions, as well as white noise or background commercials in the hospital rooms. Also, horror movies being played.
Mm-hmm.
I read that part. Sorry, there was a Discord notification. Um, the music from the diner's mini jukebox could simply be commercials, while the table jukeboxes themselves may be comatose patients' minds trying to rationalize the presence of the music. There was also a scene where Victor, mentioning the smell of onions on the breath of one of the town's former residents, smells, sounds, and distorted visions, or monsters changing form, can explain the unconventional experiences of the characters in the show. All in all, strange, unexplained occurrences can be explained because the characters would be distant in a hospital bed or room, but the town is from their own imagination, trying to explain the real world. One place being Camden, Maine. Camden, Maine would be an area near water where ships may sound foghorns, like the one heard by Boyd and Sarah in season 1. The show did not show much of the hospital in Camden, Maine, but there seems to be enough significance to its presence. Tabitha may have really awakened from her coma and left the hospital. There may be a preference for this particular hospital for a certain trauma, which would explain the variety of geographical origins in the show. Canned peaches have a history of being used in hospitals, particularly in the past. Canned peaches are shelf stable, readily available year round, and require minimal preparation, making them a practical and affordable option for large scale food services operated like hospitals. Canned peaches can also be juiced easily for sustenance or patients far from home.
Mm-hmm.
Canned peaches might have offered a familiar and comforting taste, as they were also a common staple in many households.
Mm.
So that's Bill Chill's coma theory. I have other coma theories here too that kind of explore a little bit beyond that and provide other arguments and evidence. But
Yeah.
does anyone have any comments before I proceed?
Yeah, the coma thing. I mean, I can't deny that it's possible. And a lot of people rail against it. Don't want to see the people waking up and finding out, none of this was real. But I mean, there are ways it could be done that would be interesting. And I mean, I can't deny that it's an absolutely plausible theory that would explain literally everything, and in a way that would be refreshingly simple, not convoluted. And Tabitha, Tabitha waking up could have just been her waking up from the coma temporarily. And then when she, I mean, if you think about it, how she finds herself back in Fromville. Well, it's after she's knocked unconscious again. So it's absolutely plausible that she was in the car with Henry. The two of them got into that really bad accident. And what happens? They wake up in the ambulance when they both regain consciousness. When they both regain consciousness, they're on the ambulance, and they're probably already like maybe they're already like on their way past the point of no return, you know, like they regain consciousness. I got to go back and look at exactly when that happens, then when they wake up, but they may have already passed through this point of no return that was going to lead them to the tree. But you know, if you think about it, they could have just been knocked out and brought back to the hospital. If they're actually in a coma, then they could have just been knocked out, and they think that they got on an ambulance and went into but that didn't necessarily have to happen. They could have been brought back to the hospital and put back into their coma state that they were already in before, like not a natural coma necessarily, but an induced coma. So yeah, I can't deny that it could be possible. It could absolutely be the case. Yeah. And I mean, it depends on whether you consider this a coma, whether you consider this a dream. Like, does this qualify as a dream? The difference between what they're experiencing in a coma, is that a dream? Because in this video, which is, I believe he's probably linked to the E-Man interview with the showrunners, where they said it's not purgatory and it's not a dream. Michael thinks that this rules out a coma, which is basically nothing more than a dream. One wakes up from a coma, just like from a dream. So it could rule that out potentially. David said it's definitely a possibility. I think that's why they sent Tabitha back, to show a glimpse of what that would look like.
Some
Yeah.
arguments against, well, some arguments that it could still be a coma are that the creators were referring to like a simple coma explanation, whereas something's like an experiment that's using coma patients and it's a shared reality, might be a little bit different, where it could be like a coma, but a little bit more complicated than that. So you can't just call it a coma and everything be dismissed as not real, because he said that everything that they're doing is real, but is like really happening. But that could mean that's really happening to them together in a shared experience.
Right.
Just a possibility.
Yeah. Like
I
shared.
I have compiled like things from people said on Reddit and stuff, so that's from there.
Right.
But I do think it's a possibility.
Right. Michael said they basically said they're not going to do a Dallas, where someone just wakes up from a dream and it was all nothing. Yeah, I definitely would rather not see that myself, like, you know, just a dream. But there are certain ways that this could be, like the way that Bill Chill has described it in the chat too. He has a unique take on it, a unique spin on the whole thing in different ways that he does make it sound interesting. So I could accept it if it were done really well, if it were written really well.
I think if it was a coma situation, and the way that the story has unfolded so far and been based on these character stories and character journeys, that it would not end at, the revelation that they're in a coma, that it would be part of the story in itself. So I think maybe like one of them would wake up or be woken up and then have to wake up the others or something like that. I think that there'd be a little bit more to it, but I don't know that they would go this direction, but it's still fun to explore.
Definitely. Yeah. I don't personally think they'll go that way, but I think that it still hasn't been completely ruled out.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I do have to say
Mm-hmm.
that when I typed in "from coma theories," I discovered, to no surprise though, really, that they have coma theories about almost every show, especially cartoons, and
Really
especially Pokemon.
weird. Huh, that would be a weird.
Yeah. Well, I feel like it's because people are trying to make sense out of a cartoon world, and cartoons aren't really written to make complete sense. So people fill the holes with all kinds of stuff. And now when you start filling the holes in Pokemon, oh God, that just sounded really wrong. Um, I mean the show, in the Pokemon show. Um,
All I heard was
God.
fill holes.
Oh no, what did I say? Uh, but it takes some really dark some really dark turns when you start filling the holes in Pokemon.
I bet it takes some dark turns.
There's some really deep dark tunnels. You don't want to follow the white rabbit down
I guess
What
not.
what would a rabbit be doing there, Doc?
there. Well, I don't know. Don't you humans like to put animals in those places? I thought I read that online somewhere.
Well, not a big old rabbit, maybe a small little gerbil.
Ah, okay.
Oh God. Um, well, that's interesting. Oh, yeah. Michael said
All right, that
Eileen.
digressed.
It's okay. Michael said I lean more toward a magically created liminal space or pocket dimension. I agree, which seems somewhat supported by the narrative so far and some of the drawings, the map, etc.
Me too. And
Samuel.
I feel like
Mhm.
it's tied
Go
to
ahead.
the subconscious somehow, hence the dreamlike quality and all the ties to dreams, because, or subconscious, unconscious, whichever. I get foggy on those terms. I get them mixed up. But you know what I'm talking about. And that's tied into dreams as well. And also the waking world, imagination, daydreams, and so on. And affects, it's always active in the background. It's just, when we're awake, our conscious minds are active.
Right.
But
The
so I do think that there are those tie-ins there.
mhm. Samuel here says, I really like the idea of dimensional rifts, though. The road being a loop could be connected via a wormhole. Absolutely. Yeah, that could happen. David said purgatory is strictly Catholicism, and the creators seem to all have a twisted portrayal of Catholicism in their work. From and Lost are more like the ideas of the Far East than strictly purgatory. Right, absolutely. Michael says, I just think a coma state is too close to a dream state and is ruled out as a non-real situation, which the creators have pretty much said it's not. It's supposed to be a real place with real people in a real situation, but we'll see, I guess. Yeah. Real stakes, absolutely. David said, and the unconscious mind and collective unconscious involves the driving unseen forces of when we are awake. What? Teeter said, kids, cover your ears. Julie put the child lock. What is this? The child lock back on? What? Um, pause, and stop. Yeah. Um, Samuel said, if the town and forest from is a different dimension, then maybe there are many more dimensions. Maybe that's why the boy in white had a different actor when Tabby saw him in the real world. Yeah, I think they were de-aging him. They did something weird to his face with CGI. He definitely looked like a different kid. Yeah, I think there's some kind of magic going on too, Michael. Some of which ties into dreams, as with people dying in their sleep in town within Fromville itself. Absolutely. Yeah, the dream stuff, it means something. I don't think the entirety of Fromville is a dream either, personally.
Oh, we
Um,
lost Scarlet. Good night, Scarlet. Until
yeah,
you wake back up.
yeah. Good night, Scarlet. If she, or maybe she lost network. Um, and David said another similar theory is that it's all an LSD trip. Yeah.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Samuel, there could be other dimensions that are identical or almost identical to these characters. Maybe even other dimensions with strange monsters or creatures. Could be Samuel, and um Yeah, I think so too, Michael. It's implied. I think the entire realm. I believe this myself that the entire realm was created magically through child wish hope magic, and
Mm,
functions something like a pocket universe. Yeah, I don't. I think that the children's the as the children were being sacrificed, I think their hope not only created the bottle tree, but the entire pocket dimension, or a pocket universe that they're trapped that trapped the monsters who sacrificed them. And it keeps pulling in all of these people, um which, if you think about it, if that is true, then if you tie that in with David's theory, it would be kind of fitting if it's a prison specifically for just the people who sacrificed them. If all the people who are coming back are people with the reincarnated souls of the original townsfolk who sacrificed the kids, that would be fitting if this this is like some kind of karmic prison just for them, and not just drawing in innocent people to this place that I think was created by the child hope magic, or as Michael puts it. Um, Anything else on the coma theory, Doc?
Yep. All right, so let's see here. Second. Oh, okay, yeah. All right. So there are a bunch more theories. So let's see here. Theory one, all residents are physically in a coma in the real world. Supporting evidence. Some viewers theorize that everyone in Fromville is still physically somewhere in the real world in a dream state, similar to the movie Inception, requiring a kick to get out of it. The boy in white statement, kicking her violently out of the lighthouse was the only way. Um, for Tabitha, and Julie's experience still lying on the ground even after experiencing something else when crossing a threshold are cited as evidence. When Boyd sees Abby, her saying, "Come back to me, Boyd," sounds like someone speaking to a person in a hospital coma. Tabitha's waking in a hospital. The fact that characters are considered missing persons in the real world could align with them being in a comatose state. Actually, I think that's counter evidence. Um, Common arrival method for all characters being by car or bus could suggest a collective car accident as the cause of comas. Goals or weaknesses. I think the fact that we have missing posters for them could be a hole there. Um, a major contradiction is also to the issue of dehydration. If they're all like comatose like directly after an accident, or like kind of like stuck out somewhere, so they'd have to be in like a hospital or something, otherwise they'd get dehydrated. Let's see. When Tabitha was found, she was found alone, not with her entire family, and her injuries were fresh, not consistent with waking from a prolonged coma. The presence of Victor, who has been there seemingly for like 30 years or so, makes the coma theory challenging because his prolonged comatose state without being discovered would be well, his prolonged comatose state is kind of unique. It's statistically improbable for entire families or busloads of people to simultaneously fall into comas, whether from separate or single car crashes. Marielle's comment that Christy had been missing for months implies their physical bodies are gone for a long time. Some possible patches. Proponents suggest that if their bodies, that their bodies would have to be in a hospital, that they wouldn't just be sitting out somewhere after an accident. Um, Another idea posits that a big monster in the real world is keeping them from alive. I'm sorry, that a big monster in the real world is keeping them alive in medical pods, making death in the dream equivalent to death in reality. And another one is the severity of Tabitha's fall and subsequent waking could be explained as her passing through a barrier rather than simply hitting the ground, allowing for a less literal interpretation of the fall's impacts. The idea that dying a certain way, not necessarily by the monsters, is key to returning home. Theory 2, Fromville is a shared subconscious place for people in a coma. Supporting evidence, its variation that suggests that the town is a subconscious place that people in a coma share together. The variety of geographical origins of the residents could be explained by the hospital in Camden maybe being a specializing place in trauma, possibly being the central point where they are all comatose. We already explored sounds that they're hearing, and the supply of canned peaches, monsters possibly being manifestations of the fears or emotions. The theory still faces the challenge of explaining how multiple individuals from different locations would end up sharing the same communal coma space, and doesn't fully account for physical items like Victor's lunchbox or sustained injuries, um, and how those can transfer between Fromville and the real world. As possible patches, it's proposed that individuals might be in different hospitals but are connected to on an astral or mental plane, um, or via technology. Physical effects like a burn mark, a burn mark Kenny gets from the cicada dream, or the water Elgin throws up after his drowning dream, demonstrate that dreams in Fromville can have real physical consequences, supporting that shared subconscious space could also manifest physicality. Actually, something I think would be counter evidence would be that they sleep and dream while in Fromville. Like if you're already in a dream, are you going to be sleeping and dreaming while in a dream? And maybe, but that's like some Inception level stuff. Um, and I think that
Yeah.
just like overly complicates things. But I don't know, they could go there. Um, as far as impact on future events, the story would likely delve deeper into the rules of this shared subconscious reality and how the characters can influence it. The ultimate goal might be to overcome collective or individual traumas to wake up or resolve the shared dream, focusing on psychological healing, um, as the path to freedom. And
Oh,
theory,
so that could be that could be why they all seem to have trauma in common. Like they all have been
mhm,
through some kind of trauma, and I mean that I could see that. Like there could be some sort of program they signed up for, or um, some type of radical therapy um to go into this dream state to confront their traumas, and um, so it's not that they're literally just like oh, this is just all one person's dream, um but yeah, they could be confronting their traumas through some sort of program. The only thing about that is, why would children be involved, like Ethan? um unless it's, it's not a situation like that, and it's just like a regular coma. It's like I don't know why they would do this to a child. Why a hospital would do that to a child. Go on, Doc. Did I interrupt you?
no, or maybe only a couple of them are actually there in a coma, and the rest of them are being imagined.
Could be the children might not even be there.
Right. Also, if these theories were true, the show's focus would shift from a physical escape to waking up from the coma or dream state. Tabitha's primary objective would likely be to find and wake her family members in the real world somehow, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences in Fromville. Um, but I kind of feel like how a lot of other fans feel that this might be like kind of like a lazy cliche or anticlimactic ending, and might negate this, like, yeah, it would negate the realness and the stakes of the deaths and struggles within Fromville. It kind of lowers the
That's the
stakes.
problem. Yeah, that's the problem with it. That's the biggest problem with it. Um, because if they die, then they don't really die for real. So by the end, we would see people who we mourned as characters, like, okay, they're actually just alive. Unless maybe they're not alive. If they're all in a coma and someone dies, it could be that they're really dead, that they on the outside they died while in that coma. So that could at least it wouldn't cheapen those deaths. It could be that they died in that coma, and the reason you don't see them in that shared dream state anymore is because they're dead and they're not there anymore. So I could see that helping to ameliorate that problem with the stakes. If as long as they're all really dead, the people who died, that would help.
Right. There are ways that they could like ease that and patch it up a bit. I still feel like it would be a little bit anticlimactic.
Me too. Me too. I mean, I want all of this to be real, what we're seeing. All of it. Like, yeah,
I've
I mean,
become really
mhm.
bored of horror movies where everything is in a person's head, or the monster is hallucinated, or the person really is the monster and they're hallucinating the monster, things of that nature, or there isn't a ghost, it's the person's mind in some way. I feel like it's become overplayed. And yeah, there are different ways that you can execute it and different twists that you can give to it, but I've become really bored with it, and I feel like it's a real letdown.
Right. And I think the show has built up far too much lore to just throw it all out the window now. That's why I don't think it's likely, because there's too much lore that they've built through this, what we've now learned through season 3. Until season 3, I would say, well, hey, they could go in that direction, but in season 3, the lore that they built in terms of establishing the origin story, 7 kids were sacrificed and their parents and the townsfolk were turned into monsters as a result of it because they wished for immortality. They sacrificed their children to get it. They were turned into these monsters who are just born again, and we were shown how it's done. They're born again if they're somehow killed. And Tabitha and Jade were the parents who failed to stop the sacrifice, and they're brought back again and again to be reincarnated until they could figure out a way to break the cycle. The coma theory would erase all of that. It would just erase all of that lore. None of that would mean anything anymore. So I just feel like the writers wouldn't create such an interesting mythos to just throw it out the window.
Right. I find it really disappointing if all that lore that we were given was just some kind of ruse or distraction and not true.
Right.
It would also make me distrustful of any other revelations and really anything, and make me feel like, okay, there's no point in trying to make sense out of anything in this show.
Right. Exactly. With Alice pointed out that it could be only one person in a coma. Scott said yes, it could be one person.
Oh yeah,
Indeed.
I have a third theory too to go over about the comas.
Okay. Carl had said, who hasn't liked Wake Up Your Kids, get another like somewhere, ask your pets. Yes. Are we at the 40 yet? Nope, we're not quite there. We're still at 39. Samuel said the Don said the entity, meaning Tony Teflon, could be fourth dimensional beings that could explain how they see and know everything. They could be using these people like test subjects, how we observe and use animals. Yep, that's definitely part of Tony's theory. Absolutely. Um, David said, or all these characters are just inner archetypes of one person. That's the issue with most endings, right? Mm-hmm. J.T. Moore said Tabitha wound up in Fromland after her child died, being Thomas. Could that have been credited to her as being a child sacrifice? Maybe. Um, it could be. It definitely fits with the theme, at least thematically it does. Um, Samuel said, when we see the boy in white or the man in yellow, that could be just the part of them that is interacting with our world. Their true form could be incomprehensible to normal humans. Okay. Yeah. So that's true. Like that, yeah, that could be a situation like that. Oh, we hit 40. We hit 40 likes. Dieter,
Yay!
Dieter's like, Dieter wants to do a talisman giveaway. That is very generous of you. Very generous of you, Dieter. Yes, yes, the chat did it. Yes, Scott. Okay, I guess we're doing a talisman giveaway, an impromptu one, and your
Can I enter
odds
for
are
Critter?
absolutely. Dieter, did you intend for this to be impromptu tonight, or should we do it when we have more people next time? I don't know. I'm thinking he meant to do it now, which would
Lots of
heighten.
people here tonight that earned it, right? I don't
Hey,
know.
why not?
It's up to Dieter.
I think that makes sense. I think we should do it tonight. Yeah, I think we should do it tonight. Yes. Hashtag goat. Yes, perfect.
I feel like it's a
Hashtag
good
goat.
way to repay them for starting late.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm gonna set it up right now. It's easy to do. All I have to do is just go to streamyard.com/giveaway, my next tab here, and all I have to do is just set it up. I'm gonna do hashtag goat. Seems fitting. Let's do it. Hashtag not yet. Don't type it yet. Okay. Okay. Now it's already started. So if you want to enter, it's hashtag goat. Thank you so much, Jeter. That was very generous of you to do that. Appreciate it. That's the hashtag right there, all lowercase. All lowercase hashtag goat. This whole time you didn't like Carl? Bad co host. Look at that.
Oh my God, I've done that before. Realized at the end of the stream that I didn't even like the stream yet. I've gone and I've shared it. I've commented, chatted, but I forgot to like it. That wasn't today.
I do that myself all the time. A lot. It's gotta be all lowercase, JT Moore. All lowercase. Um, just retype it. Just type it again, please. Um, I've done that many times. I forget to like streams a lot. I've gotten so conditioned to asking for likes though that I usually don't forget when I'm on other people's streams anymore. But I used to be one of those people that needed to be reminded, which is common. It's normal. You get into what you're chatting about and you just forget. There we go. You've got some entries there. Well, I'll leave it up there for a while. I'm not going to draw it immediately. I'll give more people an opportunity if anyone else comes in, and we'll see who wins. Yeah, so just type hashtag goat and you can enter to win a talisman. So where were we at now, Doc? I was gonna call you Dark. What the hell, Doc?
I'm lost. I'm in a deep dark hole. Can you see me?
uh, okay. Yes.
All right. Let's see. All right. Coma Theory 3. Fromville is Victor's coma dream / mental construct. Supporting evidence. Victor's status as the longest survivor suggests he could be the only real character, with others being manifestations of his personalities or thoughts. His drawings are seen as symbolizing his memories, and as the 50s, 60s decor of the town reflects the era of his and the 50s/60s decor of the town reflects the era of his childhood. Monsters represent the mean or bad people Victor encountered, or simply a child's fear of monsters. Victor's claim that because this is my home now explains his lack of effort in finding a way out. His endless supply of peaches is seen as comfort food that wouldn't run out in his mind. Events like the house collapse, which Victor was waiting under, could be attributed to his subconscious control. The intro song and Victor's drawings in the credits could further emphasize his central role. Holes and weaknesses. This theory struggles to explain the presence of modern technologies such as smartphones, internet, video game developers like Jade, that a child from the 50s or 60s in a coma couldn't have imagined. Tabitha's ability to leave Fromville and return with Victor's father implies an external reality outside of Victor's mind, which this theory does not easily accommodate. Shows established history spanning centuries with different cycles and historical figures appearing in Jade's visions contradicts the idea of it being in a single child's mind. The recent revelations about Tabitha and Jade being reincarnations of Miranda and Christopher directly challenge the idea of Victor being the sole creator of this world. Some possible patches are that some suggest Victor is in a mental hospital in the present, and he would be exposed to new technology there influencing his dream world. Alternatively, the theory is broadened to suggest that Victor's state of mind affects reality in Fromville, allowing for some control and manifestation. The idea that Victor draws things after they happen as a way of processing trauma rather than premonitions. Impact on future events. The entire narrative would become about Victor's psychological healing and and overcoming his trauma as a key to releasing everyone in Fromville. Other character arcs would be secondary, serving primarily as aspects of Victor's internal struggle. This type of ending is often seen as boring or terrible for a complex show.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
kind of went through that all really fast, but that was theory 3.
yeah, it does. I mean, if it all boils down to Victor, yeah, it would be it would cheapen the character journeys of all the other characters we see, and
Oh
also
yeah.
and also, you know, we do know that Scott McCord, he himself said his character was supposed to be killed off in season 1. If it's all about Victor and it's all in his head and whatnot, why would such an important character, a central character, be slated to die in season 1? They kept him around, I think, because his acting chops were so good, and they decided to add him as a recurring character, not a lead, but a recurring supporting character. So I don't think that's likely. I don't think it's likely to be in Victor's head or anything like that. Um, I doubt it. I doubt it. But I do think Victor has some kind of powers. Um, I think he does have, like, this place has given him some sort of ability to draw things that he hasn't even seen with his eyes, and draw things that haven't happened yet or have happened before. He's experiencing visions, and the
Well,
place induces visions in others too. He's not the only one.
I'm starting to
Mhm.
think that a lot of what when he draws the future and things that he hasn't seen, um, I really feel like Julie has story walked and interacted with Victor quite a bit, and we haven't seen that yet. And I think that it would explain how familiar Victor acts with her when he first meets her and how it freaks her out.
Mhm.
And he talks to her like pretty much right in the beginning about pictures and memories and trying to figure out their meanings. And
Yeah.
I feel like that could be a clue that she is or was an influence on a lot of his pictures.
Oh, absolutely. Um, I think the whole reason that he's so comfortable talking to her in the first place is a clue that he met her before when he was a child. He doesn't remember, but he instinctively is not afraid of her. He doesn't just go up and randomly start chit-chatting with people. He doesn't do that. He keeps to himself. He's a loner. And when he goes up to this girl and just starts talking to her, he never saw her
Julie.
before. Yeah. There's some latent memory buried in there in his head that makes him feel comfortable with her. He just starts talking like, 2 cars came at the same time. That hasn't happened in a really long time. What do you think it means? Um, why is he suddenly just chit-chatting with a random person he's never met? He hasn't even talked to the people he lives there in that house with. So, I think she story walked and saw him in past cycles, and he doesn't. I mean, in like his cycle as a kid, and he doesn't remember. And I still think I haven't made a video on it yet, but she may have helped Eloise escape. But that's a whole other rabbit hole. So, um, let's see. He deserves to be a lead, Michael, but he's not technically a lead. Um, I I mean, he's not, unfortunately. I think they should make Scott McCord a lead, but the leads are Harold Perrineau, Catalina. Um, it was Ian Bailey, but now he's gone, and what's his name? David Alpay. How could I forget David Alpay? They're the four. They were the four. Now Ian's gone, but maybe now they'll elevate Scott to the level of a lead because he deserves it. Last summer, when they were doing promo for season 3, the 4 leads were the ones who did the most promo and interviews together as a unit. The 4 of them would do interviews. They went to Comic-Con. No other actors from the show were at Comic-Con, just those 4. So those are the leads of the show. He's, I don't know why. Scott McCord should be one of the leads. He deserves to be. But if it's all in someone's head, what's more likely? Would it all be in Victor's, Tabitha, or someone else's? I don't know. David could be Tabitha's, but I doubt it's all just in someone's head, like one person's head. Yeah, I think Victor deserves to be considered one of the main characters, but that's not how he ranks on the show, for sure. According to Scott himself, they made him, a recurring starting in season 2. The talisman stones are shaped different. The symbol looks the same. Samuel. I'm not sure what that was in response to. I don't see that, but um, yeah, the peaches did run out eventually. It just took them 40 years. Yeah, Michael. Huh. Let's see.
Also, canned
Mhm.
peaches do not actually last nearly that long in the real world. I think it's something like 5 or 6 years. Might be less than that.
Mhm. Um. Let's see. Yeah, Dieter, I'm hanging in there. Okay. David said Victor is the repressed man. Jasper unlocked those hidden memories. He went through the cycle of grief. He was angry, throwing stuff out the window. Then he accepted when Tabitha came to the cellar. Oh yeah, completely agree. Oops, something. The chat jumped. The cycle of grief is what they are all going through. I agree for sure. Michael linked his theory thoughts on the talismans. Nice. Thanks for sharing, Michael. As far as trying to intuit out the bind runes. Yes. Victor has been in town the longest. Yes. So yeah. I don't think it's all in his head, but that is one theory that's out there. Hashtag GOAT if you want to win a talisman. If you want to enter to win, we'll do a random drawing before we sign off tonight. Okay. What else,
I'll be
Doc?
right back.
Oh, you're gonna be right back. Okay. So our next show, our next live is gonna be on Monday at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna be diving into a brand new series. It's on MGM Plus, home of our beloved series From. So maybe they'll finally have another hit, another quality show on their hands. They've tried with a few others recently, and I really didn't think they hit the mark. But I think this one could really take off. It's got 80% positive reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, which is great. Those are the best numbers for any Stephen King adaptation in years, in quite a while. It's based on a Stephen King book, and it's executive produced and directed by Jack Bender, also one of the showrunners and directors on From. So I have a really good feeling about it. We think it's going to drop at midnight tomorrow night, Saturday night, technically tonight. AKA be ready for it at 11:59 p.m. on Saturday night. Technically, once it's midnight, it's Sunday, but I think that it's going to drop then. Let me Google it while I'm talking about it here. The Institute, and then we're going to start doing lives for it starting Mondays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and breaking down each episode. Sometimes we'll have guest panelists join us, but we're also doing watch parties every week in the Discord when the episodes drop. So I can't guarantee 100% that it's midnight, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be midnight because they did the same thing with From. From was supposed to be on Sunday nights, and it does air on Sunday nights at 9 p.m. on some cable network, but on the app, it's there at midnight. So I'm going to be there ready, waiting for it, and doing a watch party for it. It'll be a great way to fill the void while we're waiting for From. And it'll have supernatural elements to it. It'll have let me read it. So let me read the synopsis is: a teen genius wakes up in a strange place full of children who got there the same way he did, and who all, like him, possess unusual abilities. So kind of similar to the concept of From, winding up in a strange place. And it sounds like they're not able to just leave. They're probably stuck there, maybe not for supernatural reasons, but supernatural abilities that they're experiencing. And yeah, it's so it's written by Benjamin Cavell and directed by Jack Bender, and they're both serving as executive producers. It looks great. It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. It's a limited series, so it's not. So it's 8 episodes. It doesn't look like it's going to be more than just a limited series unless they change their minds, which has been known to happen. But when that does happen, it's usually not a good thing. Like Wayward Pines and Under the Dome were supposed to be limited to one season, a limited series, and they were stretched into more seasons, and it wound up being a bad thing. If it's
Right.
supposed to be a limited series, it's probably best that it stays that way. But I'm excited
I
to
think
cover it.
I think it's supposed to be a limited series because it's supposed to cover the beginning and end of the book. And so if it extends beyond that, then they're going to be making up their own content, which it can be good, but it's a gamble. So the seasons after that will be probably quite a bit different,
Hmm.
but it could still be good.
Though it's usually bad.
Yeah, usually. Um, but if they build compelling characters, a compelling storyline that can continue, then I could see it working. But I don't know. I'm not that familiar with the story. I would expect that if they did extend beyond a first season, that they would probably do a lot of tie-ins to other works by Stephen King, but I could be wrong. But I know that Jack Bender loves working with Stephen King and um, working on translations of Stephen King's works. So I wouldn't put it past them, and that'd be fun.
Awesome. Yeah, who knows if it becomes a hit? They might decide to expand it and maybe be able to pull it off. So where are we now, Doc?
Actually, I mean, yeah, because they could tie it into, I mean, Stephen King, because the Institute is like about like psychic stuff, if I remember right, from just like the like back of the book, um, or the synopsis. And Stephen King has written a lot about psychic stuff and psychic characters and things like that. So they could tie it into some of that stuff. They could they could do a modern interpretation of Carrie, but I think they're already doing a TV show of that. They could tie it into Firestarter, um, maybe even Doctor Sleep, The Shining. Okay, but yeah, that's a digression. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I started it while you were away, so yeah,
Oh,
they could tie it into those. You know, that's a common thread between different works of Stephen King. So,
I would enjoy that. I would like that.
mm,
Um,
absolutely.
oh, I should also announce Sunday at 4 p.m. on Discord in the From Watch Party room. I'm going to be hosting from Study Hall. I'm from Academy Study Hall, um,
Nice.
where we will recap this one and the one from Academy that dived into the possible inspirations for the Nightmare Creatures. We're going to recap that and then we're going to discuss it. And also, too, if folks want to come and bring or discuss any information about future topics, that'd be great too. I think from here we're going to go on to discuss a bit more about Fromville, the different locations within it and stuff. Maybe take a look at the maps. That's going to be a little bit of a project because I'm still the live streams about those are very long, that I've been watching to review for kind of familiarizing myself with this, and it's it's a little bit more for me than just reading stuff. I have to actually like look at things and watch. Um, I can't listen to it while I work, so I have to do it at night. But anyway, um, I want to cover the cicadas and the ballerina and Martin, and I also want to cover the kimono ghoul.
Awesome, Doc. Yeah. So that's 4 p.m. on Sunday in the Discord. In the is there a voice channel especially for that?
I figured we could just use the From Watch Party room.
Yeah, we'll do
That's
that.
what we did last time.
Yeah, the From Watch Party room. Good enough. Yeah. Awesome. Um, how often do you how often is that? Just once a month?
Um, I had intended on it being every other week, so long as it worked with my schedule. Um, but we had like that. We had the holiday weekend last week, so it didn't. And I kind of actually spaced last week, to be honest,
Yeah.
partly because of the holiday weekend. But yeah, I aim for it to be every other week, or at
Okay,
least
cool.
after every two from academies is kind of how I'm scheduling it, because we were actually able to cover um, two from academies worth of material in like I think it was like an hour or an hour and a half, and then move on to discussion. And so we're able to get through things really quickly. So it works really well if I have two from academies worth of material to cover.
Nice. That's awesome. That works out perfectly then. Yes, David, the map with all the pinpoints needs investigation where they all came from. For sure, I agree. Yeah, Scott, remakes are kind of getting old, but I would like to see a remake of the Langoliers though, because the one that they made in the 90s, it was a TV movie with a really limited budget, clearly, and the special effects were terrible. So I would be happy with a Langoliers remake in that case, but more original content too. Um, so and don't forget anyone listening, if you're just tuning in or and you're not in the chat and listening, do you want to pop in the chat briefly and type hashtag GOAT, all lowercase, then you can enter to win a talisman. And your odds are pretty good because there aren't that many entries right now, just saying. Dieter is giving one away tonight. So did we get through the coma, all the different coma theories now?
Nope.
Okay.
I had promised Bill Chill that I'd go through a bunch of them. Well, I promised on a live stream, so I feel like I have to keep that promise.
Okay, what's next?
Next one is theory 4. Let's see. FROMville is a simulation or an immersive system. Supporting evidence. The show is frequently compared to Alice in Borderland and described as Mortal Kombat, but with puzzles and rules. Okay. The idea that it's a sick experiment or new immersive system where people's minds are trapped. Jade's background as a software company owner and Jim's profession making roller coasters are used to suggest a connection to a high-tech theme or a high-tech theme park or immersive experience. Monsters could be animatronics within the simulation, and the lighthouse as a drop tower, with the goal being to wake up in a hospital in Maine at the end of the ride. The repeating phrases and dialogue could indicate an AI-driven environment. The symbol Jade sees could be an institution's insignia running the simulation. Holes and weaknesses. This theory's wacky. No, not in all cases, actually. I'm just being silly. This theory, like others, struggles with the concept of real-world missing persons if the characters are merely in a game or simulation. We do have the missing posters that they posted as promotional material. I'm led to assume that these are real. Concerns that such an ending would undermine the stakes and meaning of character deaths, which we've already discussed. Possible patches. It suggested that death within the simulation could still lead to real world consequences, even death. The yellow fellow, man in yellow, might be a rogue character or AI within the system. Impact on future events. Primary objective would be to beat the game or crack the code of the simulation to escape. The show would explore the ethics of such an experiment and the nature of simulated reality. I also feel like the show is not exploring those themes. I feel like if it was going in that direction, it would already be exploring those themes and seeding it.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not. We don't have enough we we don't have enough like parallels with experimentation. They'd have the characters doing weird experimentations with ethical questions involved in the story if that's where it was going, because they would have these mirrors and parallels built into and within the story as like kind of like echoes. It doesn't fit the theme for me. It just doesn't match it thematically. There are a lot of game elements which I feel like is picking up on. So like things I like about these theories and exploring them though is that they're picking up on things. Sometimes picking up on things that we don't immediately recognize that actually do connect to aspects of other theories. So for example, this is picking up on the fact that there's some sort of like game-like aspects that's happening here. Whether it's fairies playing a game, if it's deities playing a game, it's a witch playing a game with some sort of other entity or whatnot. That there's some sort of game theme that's being explored here, and it might just be metaphorical, but there's something to it, and they're picking up on that here. And I've seen other theories too that point to the log in the road being a spawn point, that the tree blocking the road and everyone starting there, that's where they all spawn in, and the town's kind of like the starter town, and you have to explore beyond that into the game zone to find the clues, face the challenges and stuff, and go back to town, recuperate, help each other. get new gear or whatever, and go back out. And so that, like, I can see those parallels. But I feel like, yeah, I already stated why I feel like it just doesn't fit. I could be wrong, but I feel like I feel like the creators already mentioned that it's not a simulation. And so I feel like that also rules out a shared coma where they're in a like simulation together, working out the coma or something, their traumas.
Yeah, I think they've basically ruled that out most likely with the things that they've that they've debunked. And again, I just keep coming back to the same argument again, that they've built up too much lore in season 3 to just go, divert to some simulation type theory. Like a simulation or a coma or a shared dream state just doesn't add up now. If they built up all this lore and then they just threw it all away, then it just seems like such a waste and doesn't make sense to me. Why waste so much screen time on all of that lore? Now, before season 3, I think anything like was in play, any of that, especially with Tabitha waking up in the hospital at the end of season 2. But we're talking about this post season 3, all the revelations we got. Why write all of that in and then just scrap it later? Just throw it all out the window. And that's what we would be doing if they went with one of those types of coma theories or simulation or something like that. So yeah, I that would be my main argument against any theory that it's not real in some way, that none of this is real, it's all simulated. Neck and neck for number 1. Jeter is 3rd. Oh, you're slipping. You're slipping. I'm not number 1. Oh. Scott's dropping now. It's a quest, like a D&D game. Oh yeah, it's definitely a quest. Michael says, you mean Man in Yellow isn't a mini boss? Could be. Well. Okay, wait, let me see.
One of the things, well, some of the things I like about exploring these theories is that we've already picked up on that there are like these the dreamlike qualities, like we were talking about, and I feel like we're starting to kind of come to an agreement, at least a lot of us in our community, like you, Tony, and me. I feel like we're all in agreement that they're in some sort of like almost like a pocket dimension dream world or
Yeah.
story world type of thing. And so by exploring these theories, I feel like it helps us to explore the different connections between the waking world and the dream world and how that's represented in the show. And now it's possible that we're misinterpreting it and they have it right, or it's possible that they're misinterpreting it and we have it right. But even if they're misinterpreting it, they're finding a lot of different clues and they're really helping me to look at it from different lenses and seeing other possible connections that might fit in ways that I don't expect yet, or might even fit into other theories. So I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I like to. It's a good mental exercise to go through different theories um, and just look at them critically. And they're really interesting and creative, regardless. So like, yeah, it's not. It's still possible for almost anything to be in play, other than the 2 things that the showrunners debunked. Technically, it is possible, and I like to hear that all the different ideas over the whole spectrum. So it's it's a fun exercise to even just to explore all different types of theories, including ones that just don't fit with what we're thinking. I think it's some type of dream realm or pocket universe, it's like a nightmare realm. Like that's what Tony's been saying. I've been saying it. And Doc, yeah, that we're all kind of in agreement on that. But there's still all kinds of diverse theories out there, and I like to hear everyone's theories, regardless of whether they fit with mine. David said the dream narrative in film is based on wish fulfillment, Freud, and using flashbacks or nonlinear storytelling to mimic a dream-like state for the audience. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of what the show is doing. That's exactly what the show is doing. Just going up a little bit. I saw something. I lost it now. Oh, yeah. Dieter said, "Thank you for doing that, Doc," meaning the From Study Hall on Sunday, I believe.
Oh, you're
and
welcome.
and it's awesome that you're doing that. I love that idea.
It was with
And
Alice's idea.
that's so cool. That's great. Love it.
Thank you with Alice.
Yes. So Dieter's going to be on vacation for a few days. Well, I hope you have a good vacation, and no need to feel any pressure to make it to any live stream while you're on vacation. What? David is ahead of Dieter. Said I liked you like my brother. I don't even have a brother. More of a magical realm than a dream realm, Michael thinks, with supernatural elements. I wouldn't call it like it's not like a dream state or anything like that, but when we say dream realm, or it's really just because it seems like dreams and nightmares could possibly manifest things in this place. That's why we call it that. Not that anyone's actually asleep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like it's not literally a dream realm. Like it's I feel like it's some sort of like pocket dimension that has dreamlike qualities because it's somehow tied to the subconscious of or being influenced by the minds of these people, either intentionally by an entity or by the fact that it's this living place that is somehow connected to these people.
Right. I agree. Are there more coma theories? How many of these are there?
I have one last one,
Okay.
and it is Fromville is a psychiatric facility or asylum. Supporting evidence supplied by some in the forums. It's the idea that characters are in an asylum either voluntarily or against their will to overcome past traumas or ailments. Examples include Jade's alcoholism, Tabitha's loss of a baby, and Boyd's military trauma. Monsters and visions could be manifestations of their mental illnesses, or the staff members and their therapy in a literal asylum. The observation that many characters have suppressed traumas or episodes for holes or weaknesses. This is often considered a lamest twist ever, according to someone, that would destroy any stakes and make deaths meaningless. That's a quote. It would require a highly inaccurate depiction of mental health facilities, which do not typically mix children and adults or different sexes in such a manner. It fails to explain the physical manifestation of objects from Fromville into the real world, such as Victor's lunchbox with Tabitha, if Tabitha did escape into the real world or wake up. And for its impact on future events, the narrative would focus on individual character therapy and psychological recovery, leading to their eventual release from the asylum. The reveal would shift the show's genre from supernatural horror to a psychological drama, potentially disappointing viewers expecting a different resolution.
Interesting. In an asylum.
I don't see the I don't see
Yeah.
any of them working out their issues very successfully here. So
No.
I don't think this treatment is working.
No.
Maybe a torture facility.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be. It doesn't seem to be working very well, does it? I mean, yeah, I don't know. A torture facility. Yeah, I could see that. It's, a military torture base or something. God, yeah, because they're not. Yeah, they're not working through their traumas very well at all. They're not coping very well. David said a mental facility and induced shared delusion for testing a cutting edge new therapy treatment. Right. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. And in that case, I would have to say that any children there are not really children. They're not really there. They're just not there. They're hallucinations. Michael said, I don't think the monsters make very good therapists. Scarlet fell asleep and her iPad died and she just woke up, but needs to vend at a festival tomorrow, so may go to bed soon. Well, understandable. I mean, tomorrow is already today, essentially. We're here. It's 5:20 a.m. on the East Coast. So I
Yeah,
think,
we're wrapping up.
yeah. Okay. So we're coming near the end there, Doc.
That was it.
Okay.
That was all of our community contributions and me fulfilling my promise to look into more coma theories.
Nice.
I'm sorry if my reactions to them were not what you hoped, but I did find them interesting, and I feel like they gave us more connections with dreams and everything. So I feel like it was still valuable. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. I always like to hear other people's theories, regardless of whether I agree with them. I think it's incredible. It's really incredible how creative the fandom is to come up with such a wide ranging, uh, you know, collection of theories that just keep on growing and growing. Even as we're 3 seasons in, um, there's a lot. I mean, there's so much that's still possible that has not been ruled out at this point. So there's still so many possibilities. So ergo, so many theories and so many creative minds coming up with these theories in this fandom. Really, really intelligent, creative minds. So I love hearing them all, including the coma theories. Um, while we may not agree with the coma theories on the panel here, it's fascinating diving into them anyway. We're not here just to preach what we think. Like, this is what we think it is, period. Forget all of your ideas. No, we're here to, look at all of them and discuss all of them, see what the chat thinks about them. So
And
Samuel said,
then
sorry, go
and
ahead.
then when they turn out to be right, I can say, oh well, look, I covered that for them. See, and I said, maybe it's true. Maybe it could be true. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
covering my bases here.
yeah, yeah. I've said, I've said specifically that, yes, you can't rule out the simulation theory. It's still on the table. I don't think that it is a simulation, but it's possible. So yeah, covering my bases. Samuel said, I already have a talisman, so I will abstain from this raffle. You guys need protection too. Oh, that's nice of you, Samuel. Yeah. Yeah, other people need protection for sure. Can't hoard the talismans.
Does that mean only 12 people in our community can have a talisman at a time? Or
Mm.
do we have to sacrifice more children to get more talismans? Totally just kidding.
Yeah. um, Samuel said the most unrealistic thing about From is the lack of babies at Colony House. Yeah, right? With all the screwing around going on there. Yeah.
Oh my God, I was thinking that too.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah, it's less. I mean, do they have a drugstore we haven't seen in
They
town
have
somewhere?
yeah, they must have a magical never-ending supply of peaches, a magical never-ending supply of toilet paper, and magical never-ending supply of birth control items.
Yeah, I guess so. Exactly. We just have never seen. Um, so
I think everybody's pull-out game is just on point, you know?
must be. It's gotta be. Where are all the babies being born there? There's no one ever gets pregnant. Uh anyway. Um help me China Kalima. Theater, you're slipping. You're slipping in the XP game. Let's see. Yeah, so last call. I'm gonna do the drawing in a minute. So last call if you have not entered, if you're listening, if you're not in the chat, you can pop in the chat and just type this if you would like to enter. Teeter's giving a talisman away spontaneously. Very generous of him. And you can enter by typing all lowercase, typing hashtag GOAT. So we don't have many entries, so your odds are really good. So yeah, worth popping into the chat if you're just a lurker or a listener. Appreciate you, but you might want to pop into the chat if you want to enter the contest, because it's all random and there aren't that many entries. So again, the odds are pretty high of winning. Let's see. Clearly just trying to cure her agoraphobia since she never ever leaves the house. Oh wait. Oh, because of Fatima. You'll feel a lot better if you come outside. Yeah, they're trying to cure her agoraphobia. Yeah. So this is like, yeah, it's a mental hospital and they're just trying to cure her. I got it. Yeah. Um uh-oh, we lost Carl. I wonder what happened. I'm sure he'll be back. Yeah, we're still going. We technically though we started really late, so it's not that crazy. It's only been 3.5 hours, Taryn. But thank you. Impressive. Thank you. Uh, we started at like uh, almost 2 a.m. Much later than average. Nothing works right in From. Yes, Scott. Taryn, you enter by entering, let's see, hashtag GOAT. Hashtag GOAT, all lowercase, like that. Just like that on screen, Taryn. There we go. JT Moore said the only thing being born in Fromland are nightmare creatures. Yes, the only thing. Yeah. I don't think women can. I'd be willing to bet that women just can't get pregnant there. None of them, and that explains why there are no babies because they just can't get pregnant in this cursed place. Which is great. Why bring more children into this horrible place? That's a good thing. China D creeps and dives. What in the world, Peter? China dives with Julie the Deep. Yeah, tried to hack into the XP game, huh? Samuel said hippies had tons of kids running around. Yeah, the way they're living at Colony House, like kind of like hippies, you'd think they'd have a lot of kids. Scott said, I do wonder sometimes if people fall asleep a lot here since we go so late. Oh, Scott, absolutely. People tell me all the time that they fall asleep to us and wake up to us, and it happens a lot. Absolutely.
I've done it on the stream.
Oh my God. Yeah, I've done it
Only for
too.
a second. Only for like a split second.
I've done it too for like half an hour once. That was a legendary, infamous one. That's only happened the one time and never again, thankfully, and hopefully it won't ever happen in the future. But I slept for like half an hour on my own live last November. Cody goat hashtag goat face. Yeah.
Pandecolima emojis from Dieter. Which angel is the goat on the show? And which is the bull? I don't know, Taryn. Well, what would be the answer to that? I'm curious. What do you mean? Scott says, well, that there was that one woman who gave birth to something really horrendous. Yeah, that sure wasn't a baby. Yeah, all the goats in the chat. Yeah. Oh yeah. Scarlet fell asleep and she was on the panel. Thankfully, she mutes herself, so it's never happened that she's been asleep on the panel unmuted like I was on my own stream. That was great. Michael said I did it off the stream, woke up around 4 a.m. as the stream was ending and the music came on. Yeah, it happens. I mean, you're after all, this is in the middle of the night for most people. For people in the U.S., it is, and Canada, Mexico. I don't know, anybody in this time, in this this part of the
Well,
world.
it's dawn now.
Yeah, it's dawn now. It's not the middle of the night. It's just, what am I saying? It's dawn. Yeah, Scarlet time-stamped Julie's. Yeah, my time-stamped Julie's snores highlighted by Tony ruining her phone. Well, he was calling my phone.
How do you ruin someone's phone?
He was calling my phone. I think maybe she was trying to type ringing her phone. I don't know, but he was calling me to try to wake me up on Facebook Messenger. And so was Dieter as well. Kimberly, we're doing hi Kimberly. We're doing a giveaway. Last chance to enter if you want to enter for a talisman. Dieter is giving away a talisman, and if you want to enter, you can type #GOAT in the chat, all lowercase. She said, "Hi everyone. I was sleeping and couldn't fall back asleep, so I am glad you are all here." Jeez, insomnia. Well, it just so happens we're about to wrap up, Kimberly. I'm sorry about that, but you could always go back, rewind to the beginning of the stream, I thought she meant ringing the phone. You can always go back and listen to the replay once we finish. There we go. She popped in just in time to enter. Great, Kimberly. Yeah, catchy song we have for the end of the stream. I have it in my head all the time. It is so catchy. This thing that Grant created with AI, it's just it's an earworm. Yes, Scarlett, you fell asleep, really? Oh yeah. Yeah, she works, she works full time as a teacher, and then she's up on streams all night. So yeah, it's pretty understandable falling asleep. Anyway, yeah, blew up her phone. Yeah, that he was doing that too. Dieter and Tony were blowing up my phone. It's an expression. She ruined my phone, ringing it 100 times. Oh, is it, Scott? It's not one that I've heard. So, okay. Yeah, they could hear Tony talking to me on my phone. He didn't actually successfully wake me up. My mom came in, woke me up. I screamed, and that's what woke me up. And then she was like, "What are you doing? Wake up! You're streaming right now or something." I screamed, and then I still didn't go off the live though. So Tony called to kind of stage an intervention and tell me to get off the stream before I fell asleep again. And everyone could hear him on the phone in the background. You could hear his voice. Yeah, it's quite entertaining. It's still there. It's my second to longest ever live stream. It was back in November. It's 11 hours and something minutes. So yeah, if you want to hear my humiliating infamous sleep episode. Anyway, imagine Kimberly winning now. Yeah. Hey, maybe she will. So that happened once. Recently we had a contest and somebody who came in right at the end won. So Yeah, Scarlet, maybe if I succeeded in really fixing my sleep schedule long term, maybe we could have a live in the afternoon sometime. For like, I don't know about, it wouldn't have to be that early for Robert. Robert said he could do like, as you know, like 9 p.m. or something. So we could do that. Um, yeah, yeah. Scarlett didn't get any sleep that night, and then ran to her job to get there on time, and then I fell asleep. Yeah, all good times. Anyway, Jeter, I'm not gonna rap now. I'm tired. My pain's going up. It's time for me to walk. I'm gonna do the drawing. We wrapped up all the fan theories that were submitted for the nightmare creatures, which were all so interesting and thought provoking. So now we're gonna do the giveaway. I'll share my screen so you can see it happening in action. Let's see. Wait till it's there. It is. Okay. So, all right, here we go. Oh, look at that. It is Kimberly. Well, Kimberly, you woke up just in time. Your insomnia paid off. Everything happens for a reason. Your insomnia paid off. And you came in right under the wire and won. That's awesome. Congratulations, Kimberly. That's so funny. I swear it's the luck of whoever comes in and wins and enters last. It happened recently. It happened like I forget who it was. It wasn't our last contest, but it was a recent one that we've done. Our last yeah, I don't remember what it was. It was a cameo giveaway, but somebody came in right at the end and they won. Scarlett would be ringing her bell now. Just imagine a bell ringing. I need to get like a bell ringing little sound bite or something. Kimberly
Oh,
said,
the Mackie
yeah,
Bell.
the Mackie bell. Yeah, we didn't have the bell for Mackie either. The 4
Well,
a.m. Wake up call. Uh, Kimberly said, wow, I must have known I needed protection. Yes. So Dieter says, congratulations. Send me your address in a Discord DM. So if you're cool with that, Kimberly, you can just send Dieter I said her, him, send Dieter your address. Clearly I'm tired and my brain isn't working right. Send him your address in a Discord DM. So that makes it nice and simple when it's a member of our Discord. It's nice and easy to do. She said, I'll do that later in the day. Thanks, everyone. Well, you're welcome. Lovely, compassionate member of our community. You deserve it. And there's there's the goat. Just imagine goat noises like Michael put in the chat here. Yeah, where's Mackie? Mackie.
I'm gonna do a late Mackie Bell.
Oh,
Mackie, it's the Mackie Bell. Come on,
Mac,
Mackie.
it's your
Time to
wake
wake
up
up.
call.
It's your wake up call. We're late. We're sorry. You're late for work or life.
Where'd you get the bell from? Like, how'd you find a bell all of a sudden, Doc?
YouTube,
Oh, nice. It sounded like you were really
the
ringing a
internet.
bell. Nice. You fooled me. I figured you just managed to find a bell somewhere.
Wahahaha.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to say hi. I never know how to say this. Is it Diviner, maybe? Diviner Zember, formerly Decipher. I meant to say hi earlier when I saw you in the chat.
Hey,
Scarlett's like,
Decipher.
okay. Um, okay, so I can take this banner down now. I keep forgetting it. I don't need that there anymore. Okay, so congratulations, Kimberly. Dieter will take care of that, the details of that for you. Having a talisman shipped to you. Scarlet said hers is a bell that looks like close to Boyd's. Cool. Yes. So anyway, thank you to everybody who submitted awesome theories. Robert Saunders, Nick L, David, and let's see, Bill. What was the other one? What was the other one? Who am I forgetting? Doc. The coma
Oh,
theory.
let's see. Um, oh, for the coma theory, that was Bill Chill.
Bill Chill. That's it.
And then a ton of people on Reddit. Most of them were actually in comments and people talking about theories that some of them were actually from people saying theories that they didn't think that they didn't support anymore. So it was a whole mix of things. But yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead. I'll pull them up so I can give at least credit to some of them. Well, after we talk for a little bit.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, thank you to everybody who submitted their theories and all the interesting sources that Doc found with various fan theories. We'll definitely so after the stream ends, I will not immediately after the stream ends, but within a few hours after the stream ends, I will go in and put timestamps for each person's theories. So Robert, Nick, David, and Bill Chill, I'll put timestamps so that they can find where their theories were discussed. And I'll put that in a comment and pin it to the top of the comment section so you can easily jump to those theories when you're listening on the replay. I just love the brilliant minds of this fandom. It's awesome. And I love hearing all the details, all the different, unique creative ideas. Everyone watching the same show and yet coming up with such a diverse array of ideas about it. Really intricate theories. Robert has been amazing with the sheer volume of theories that he's produced, and hopefully we could get Robert on here for a special live. We've been talking about it for far too long. We should make it happen soon. Do a special early live and just discuss some theories with him. That'd be great. I would love that. And as Scarlet, I guess we could. We're gonna. I think whenever it is that if there's gonna be a week that we take a week off from FROMacademy, then that would probably be ideal for us to finish the residence too. So we can talk about when that's gonna be. Because doing both is too much for me right now without a working treadmill. So it's got to be like one or the other. So we can talk about that off stream and then announce it early in the week when we announce the schedule for next week. And yes, 43 likes. Nice number to wrap up with. That's pretty good. The residents didn't get picked up. I don't know how it ends yet. I didn't watch the final 2 episodes yet, so I really hope they revealed the killer. I would think they didn't need a second season if they reveal the killer, but I don't know because I haven't watched it yet. Interesting. Anyway,
I feel like
so
those would make great novels, though, if they ever decide to go that route.
yeah. So
Do you want me to go on my special thanks list,
yes.
or all right? So
Yeah,
we
go
got
ahead.
so special thanks to these folks on Reddit. We got Nilsk89, NILSK89. Let's see. Wesley Music, WEZLEY. Colts_Taylor. Madgick, MADGICK. JL the Professor, Buttload of None, I'm Left Behind, Specimen 214, Cold Perception 316, Revolutionary Math 428, Isha 555, Psychological Fun 663, Idaba, OK Resolve 4987, Star Whisperer, First Bag 623, this is my name, McReady, Different Pain 3629, Besto Slifer 11, Southside Sun, Madara 7721, Love Prue 1, and looks like it's repeating here. Specimen 214, Cold Perception 316. Yeah, I think I said those already. Some of these are repeating. OK Resolve 4987, Suamar, Different Pain 3629, Fast Disc 7972, and that is the contributors. So thank you for your Reddit posts, and some of those were critical posts, and some of them were supporting posts. And thank you.
Yes, awesome. Thank you. I second that. Thank you to all of those users for posting those great theories, and thank you, Dieter. Applause for the panel and the amazing community. Thank you, Julie, for your live kindness, brains, laughs, and for creating this community. And I would say thank you, Doc, for all of the incredible hard work and brain power that you put into assembling all of this and planning all these lives for FROMacademy. It's really amazing, and you bring so much to the table. We really needed more of a direction for our Friday night lives. Before you came along, we were just kind of it was getting stagnant. It was like we really couldn't justify having a second live for From anymore, but you came in and breathed new life into it. So thank you for all of your hard work.
Well, thank you. I couldn't do it without all of you. I really try to make this a community thing too, because I mean, that's what's important here, and that's why we're all here. I think more than just the show.
100%. It's more than just about any one show. It's about the community here. It started really about From this channel, and it expanded to be so much more than that. It's not just about From. It's about the whole community supporting each other. We could be talking about anything, any show or anything in our lives too, or any subject. And it's like a family here. Mm-hmm.
We forgot Michael.
Oh
I'm
my
already
God,
falling asleep.
Michael!
Let's do a fifth one on monster theories, because we have other things that we can explore too.
Yeah, Michael. Oh, how could
I'm
we?
so sorry.
Oh my God! And Michael was here too. Michael was here while not many people are awake at this hour. Damn. Yeah, we'll do another one and we'll cover Michael's theory, of course. We'll do another for sure. Yeah. We'll get to that. Sorry, Michael. We will definitely get to yours. Dreams and drugs are how people connect to the other dimension in this show, I think. Yeah, Samuel. I think that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, I like that.
Also, we don't have a comprehensive theory from you, Samuel, yet. I think that you might be a little overdue for submitting a full theory, huh? No pressure. I'm just teasing. But that does also remind me. We had discussed briefly in one of the chats when we were all watching, doing the From rewatch, the idea of having a mad science fair where we do kind of like projects related to From, and we come and present. Could be as an individual or as a team, and it could be a theory, could be something fun, it could be a personal take on the show, could be music or something, just whatever. And we can we can give out a couple of ribbons, right? What do they give? Like 3 different ribbons? So
Mm-hmm.
gold, silver, and bronze.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. We should do that.
And you can come up and present your presentation, your mad science experiment, so to speak. And have you ever participated in a mad science fair before? You'll be able to brag to all your friends after.
Nice. Should do that. Absolutely. um, Scarlet, yes, that's right. The Residents and also Duster gone too soon. R.I.P. Duster. Oh, that one really hurts. That hurts a lot. Kimberly, yes, these lives are amazing. You are all amazing people. That's really sweet. And yes, thank you. And this community is amazing. The community really is. Thank you for the kind words. That means a lot. And hi, Scott Metalhead. Just thought I would say hello. I don't know if you're a regular listener and you just don't usually chat, but either way, thanks for saying hi, popping in. Always nice to see
Hi,
new
welcome.
faces. Yeah, always nice to see new faces. Join the awesome existing faces in the chat, faces and names, some of which are just names. But Michael said, still here, though primary theory on Monster's identity was AI hallucination, which is annoying, though have some other ideas still, mostly just from the show itself and what we know about them. He said at least it was honest when I asked if what it said was true or supported by actual mythology. And it was like, nope, looks like it was a hallucination. So sadly, Kujira theory bites the dust as AI hallucination. Ishirak
Well,
lives on as a possible viable big bad.
right. I feel like you just have to like. I feel like your theory is still really solid. Um, just I think you only have to replace the Kujira with the Ijira, um, and you're like you're on there. Um, I feel like the Kujira was just really a more uh, novel version of the Ijira that um, fit Rumbill. Um, so I don't know. I feel like you still have everything there.
Oh, Scott said I've just discovered this channel. Well, welcome, Scott. I don't know if you
Welcome.
welcome. I don't know if you found it just from recommendations, YouTube recommendations that is, but however you did, welcome. We cover From a lot on here, so if you enjoy From, then this is the place. This is where the biggest diehards are, because we've been the only channel that's covered it year round without any break at all since I started the channel last September. We didn't stop at all. We didn't take a single week off from covering this show in the off season. Even as I've been covering other shows, we do From lives twice a week. Wednesdays are basically, how do I put it? Wednesdays we discuss From theories, but we also do an ongoing segment now, which is story time with Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From. So
Uncle Doug.
Uncle Doug, he comes on and joins us, and sometimes we discuss From, but we also discuss all kinds of other things because he's a veteran actor from theater, live theater, and he's a playwright also. So, and he's traveled the world. He has all kinds of hilarious and entertaining stories and insights. So we have all kinds of fun conversations with him, and people ask him questions, he answers. It's always a good time. He does all kinds of random things. You never know what kind of hidden talent he's going to display. He played the saxophone for us once. He played blues harmonica. He's recited a Shakespearean sonnet. He's read dirty limericks. I mean, he's a Renaissance man. You never know what you'll get. It's always a good time. When he goes to bed, then we transition into discussing more focused on From theories. Sometimes we just go off on random tangents, though. This week we barely even discussed From on that particular live after Doug left. We talked about a lot of TV and movie stuff, various TV and movie talk. So sometimes we'll do that, but generally we do talk From theories on Wednesday nights once Doug goes to bed. And sometimes he can't join us. It depends on the week. And then in that case, we just talk From theories for season 4. And then on Friday nights we do, and by the way, that's 10 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays that we do those lives. And on Fridays we do FROMacademy, and it's supposed to start at 12:30 a.m. Eastern. Lately it's been later just from various issues that came up, but normally it's scheduled for 12:30 a.m. Eastern time. And every week we have different themes that we discuss and do research on, and then everybody brings their own ideas and theories to the table on that particular theme. This was our 4th week covering the nightmare creatures because it's such a huge theme that there was way too much to just devote 1 week to it. So there's that, and we're trying to basically become experts on as much about From as we can before the next season. That's what FROMacademy is all about, which was Doc's idea, the concept of doing this every week. So Doc is here with us on Friday nights, diving into that. On Mondays, we're going to be diving into a new show made by Jack Bender, the executive producer of From, one of the exec producers. He's an executive producer and director on this new series, The Institute, which is premiering tomorrow, or actually now tonight, Saturday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern is when we need to be ready for it to drop, because it should be dropping at midnight. And that'll be on the MGM Plus app. And if you want to join our watch party, anyone out there who is not in the Discord, in the description of this video, there's a link to the Discord. You can join and watch. I'm going to stream it when it drops, as soon as it drops, and then we can discuss it. So that'll most likely be tonight. I'll be in there at 11:59 p.m. Eastern tonight, getting ready for that to drop, and I'll stream it. Monday nights, we're going to be diving into each episode at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. And so that'll be a deep dive covering every episode week by week. I'll do scripted deep dives in addition to those lives, and that will come out once a week as well. If I come up with any theories, I'll do separate theory videos. I don't know if it's a theory crafting type of show, but if there is anything like that, then I'll do extra videos. But I'll definitely do episode deep dives every week. So please subscribe if you're not subscribed. I'm trying to get to 2,000 subscribers. I'm at 1.93K right now. Please subscribe, tap the bell, and enable all notifications. Sometimes I do run late due to unavoidable circumstances in my life. So when I run late, you'll get a notification. At least you'll know when I'm going live. So that's a big plus to doing the all notifications, and you'll be notified whenever I drop a video as well. So thanks for popping in. And this is it's really a go-to place if you want to connect with diehard From fans, Scott. So not to toot my own horn, it's just there are a lot of diehard From fans in this community, so you can interact and have people to chat with in the off season who are really still into it. And hey there, Baby Clay Media and Reactions, but it says it looks like you've rebranded Baby Clay YouTube or YT. Good morning. And you're welcome for the welcome. You're welcome for the welcome. We're happy to welcome you in. Thank you, Baby Clay. This is a place to be. I like to think so. Man in Yellow Wednesdays. Yes, we basically do. We basically have Man in Yellow Wednesdays. So it's okay, Scott. We're coming to a close now. Falling asleep again. Thank you for all of your support, Scott. Thanks so much. The goat took it back. Oh, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you, Scott. Every subscribe I really helps. I'm inching closer and closer to get to 2K, and I appreciate every single one of my subscribers. Thank you. And thank you, Dieter, for dropping the link to Baby Clay's channel. Baby Clay also covers From as
He
well,
just
so
beat me to it.
to check that out. Dieter's #1 in the XP now, huh? Scott says, I'm from the UK, so there's a few cases I won't have heard of. Oh, okay. From the UK, nice. We have a lot of people from all over the world. We've got Taryn Matheru's in the UK. David is in Australia. So who else is in Australia? There's a bunch of people. Mr. Grant Gregory. We had somebody from South Africa in here earlier. Bush Logic. Dieter's in Belgium. Carla Way. Carla Way was in here earlier from Australia. I love hearing from people all over the world. That's awesome, Scott. So cool. So Michael said, I don't feel like Isharok fits as the slow walker monsters, as its behavior is a bit different, and it would be what the townsfolk were sacrificing the children to. They weren't sacrificing the kids to themselves. Gotcha, yeah. So still not exactly sure what the slow walkers themselves are, other than cursed, degenerated humans that have spiritually, literally shriveled up inside and become monstrous. Yeah, that's what I think they are for sure, Michael. Good night, Scott. Thank you so much for all of your support in the chat. Thank you very much.
Nice, Scott.
Michael said, with some recourse to Greek mythology of the four humors, with the monsters having lost all but the yellow bile. Absolutely. Yes. I think that you're 100% onto something with that, Scott. You're welcome. Thank you for listening. Yeah. We love From around here. So 2 lives a week, even in the off season. A lot of people gave up on doing lives at all for a while, and which is understandable. Not as many people show up, but I still love talking about it and hanging with this community. So I don't mind if we have lower numbers. Baby Clay said, Doc's a genius. Let's go. Doc is brilliant. Yeah.
I'm just an information aggregator.
No.
Thank you.
Don't sell yourself short. You have a brilliant mind too. Yeah, you're aggregating information and relating it, but you have to have the intelligence to parse through all of it and comprehend it and come up with your own takes on, you're analyzing it as you're aggregating it and you're relaying it to us here. You're analyzing it and giving your perspective on it. That takes a lot of intelligence. So don't sell yourself short.
Thank you. I'm just your humble future alien overlord.
Oh. So yes, Doug Hughes, our frequent guest almost every week on Wednesdays, who plays Man in Yellow. He's on Cameo. If you want to order a personalized cameo from him, you can click on that link and check out his Cameo account. And thank you for the support, Baby Clay. Yes, subscribe and like the stream. Thank you so much. Let's see. Julie B, welcome Dives. Oh yeah, Martin is in the UK too, Samuel. That's right, indeed. Yes, we are happy to welcome you in, Scott. The more the merrier here. Michael said at one point I had thought maybe something like Wendigo type creatures from Native American mythology or Rakshasas from Indian Hindu mythology. Rakshasas being relatively invulnerable to other than divine weapons, and sometimes foot soldiers for more powerful entities. Yeah, I can see that. Maybe they could be based on something similar to that. I've heard the Wendigo idea for sure, but not. I've never heard of that from Indian Hindu mythology though. Okay, well, okay. Now we really do need to go. So, thank you again, everybody who contributed ideas and theories, and to the awesome chat. Thank you so much for your participation. And we'll see you on Monday for the next live at 10:30 p.m. Eastern for the first episode of the Institute. Really excited to dive into that. So check it out. Give this show a chance. I think it'll really be right up the alley of From fans. So let's check it out together. Check it out at our watch party tomorrow night in the Discord. Let's hope tomorrow night, unless MGM is gonna do a switcheroo and change their playbook. But I'm assuming it'll be tomorrow night. Tonight. I keep saying tomorrow night, which is going to confuse people. Saturday tonight. I think of it as tomorrow because I haven't slept yet. Tonight, Saturday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern is when I'll be in there getting ready to drop the episode, or stream it rather, as it drops. So, yes, that will be tonight. We'll do that watch party, and we may do a watch party for another movie at around like 9 p.m. Eastern, or 8:30, maybe 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll let you know. I'll announce it in the Discord, and I don't know which movie yet. I'll keep you posted on that, and I'll just tag everybody in the Discord. Good night, Kelly. You're welcome, Kimberly, and you have a great day too. Hope you can get a little more sleep if you didn't get enough. Appreciate you. So yeah, we'll see you Monday night for that. Wednesday night will either be just a From Theory chat, or if Doug Hughes is available, we'll have him on again. I'll keep you posted on that, and I'll announce the schedule for that early in the week. And our next FROMacademy will, I believe, be next Friday, unless we're taking a week off. We'll keep you posted
Well,
there.
I think
Yes.
it's a good opportunity now for us then to do Residence next Friday, or The Resident.
Yeah, maybe we could finally finish The Residence next Friday and then resume FROMacademy the following week.
Yep,
Yeah.
and we'll resume with I guess the ballerina and cicadas and Martin. And has Martin ever called in before and paneled?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe we could get him to panel with us when we cover Martin.
Oh, that would be awesome. We got to do it. We got to get Martin on the panel for that. That would be hilarious.
He can
Yeah,
role play as Martin.
we got to do that. Awesome. Okay. Well, Scarlet, yeah. I always eat before I go to bed. It doesn't bother me, so I vote yes. Eat before you go back to sleep, or go to bed. I guess you slept a little, but okay. So yeah, take care, Dieter. Thank you. I'm gonna go take care of my pain situation right now. And yeah, sometime next week I'll be dropping my first video on the Institute too. So Michael said because they were shapeshifters and relatively durable / invulnerable, and could qualify as the tip of the spear for bigger bads, like Martin had said, and worse things in the forest for Sarah and Abby. Yeah. Yep. I missed that. Yeah, sorry, I almost missed that last comment of yours, Michael. And he dropped the link to this for the Rakshasa page on Wikipedia. So yeah, it could be some sort of inspiration from that. It doesn't mean it's literally that, but yeah, they could have derived inspiration from that type of mythological creature. Thanks, Michael. Oh yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. Appreciate all of your participation as always. Please comment after the stream. Yes, that always helps. When the regular comment section opens, if you drop a comment in there, that's always good for the algorithm. And give the residents, give the Institute a chance. Give the Institute a chance. From fans, I think you're really going to enjoy it. I have a good feeling about this. So let's all try it together as a Fromily or Fromaholic community.
I'm gonna read it.
You're going to read it first?
No, I'm gonna read it and watch it.
Oh, cool. Okay. Awesome. All right. Well, thanks, Doc, again, and Carl for being here. Thank you both, and the whole chat, and everyone listening. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you for having me, Julie.
It's a
Good night,
pleasure.
everyone. Thank you for being here.
It's a pleasure as always. And that's going to do it. Have a good day or a good night, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the last of us, deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out from's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the claw.